everyone.
You started
welcome
too early.
back to Colorado. Fuck. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
We
everyone.
hope that no one heard that.
That didn't happen, as far as I'm concerned. Colorado Magic today.
We will not curse. We will not curse. We will not curse. We will not
We will
curse.
not curse. We will not curse. We will not curse. We will not curse going forward. My name is Morgan J. Fold. That's Nate Snyder on the other end of the screen. And we have a new tornado warning that is in effect for this area that is north of Lake George and east of Terrial. So it's a shower. I'm going to get ahead of the chase and just say it's a shower. But if you guys do happen to live on the mountains, because that's basically what the warning box is covering, you need to be taking to your proper precautions. That is north of United States Route 24. South and west of the West Creek area, north of Florissant. So if you guys are in any of those areas, looks like there's a couple campgrounds and trailheads among anything else. Be sure you are seeking refuge, getting into a safe space as possible. In terms of just like a general though right now, starting to get storms firing really across the risk. That storm that is tornado warned for Lake George is just one of the few that are currently we actually just got a new severe thunderstorm warning way east of Goodland. But there's also a few left movers out in northwestern areas of Kansas along the interstate out there that have to be watched out for some significant hail in particular. As of right now, that's along Interstate 70. So as of right now, the tornado threat really has not kicked off. We've got another few hours until that really takes shape. Nate, do you want to talk about what's going on in Canada, though?
He talks about how the tornado threat hasn't materialized, unless if you are in Canada, into which we have a heck of a supercell over here approaching Macaulay over here in in Manitoba. We are talking about some whack stuff over here, and I'm telling you guys, this is a heck of a supercell that is crossing the border over here. So this is no longer in Saskatchewan. This is over in Manitoba now. And we have a heck of a supercell that is approaching the Macaulay area, the Birdtail area, or the Birdtail Sioux First Nation, as well as areas north of Reeder, Minneota, as well as areas south of St. Lazare and Birtle. So if you're over there in the southwestern portions here, we're talking of the Manitoba area, you could potentially be seeing something tornadic here that's going to move on through. But this is kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. All right. Usually we don't talk too much about Canada. All right. But we still want to talk about Canada. And the fact that we are talking about Canada this early in severe season for them is pretty crazy. Let's go to the velocities and show you guys we do have some rotation. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle near the Macaulay area is where the tornadic rotation would be. That is a new tornado warning. Listen in.
And for
tornado warning for
jurisdiction, they're filling the gap on the warning.
Yep. That is
Denver. That's Denver coming in to fill the rest of the box. Pueblo issued the western half and southern half, and Denver covering the northeastern half. So like I said, north of Lake George, northwest of Colorado Springs, northwest of Colorado Springs, and south and west of West Creek. You guys need to be in your safe spaces. A lot of trailheads, a lot of campgrounds, looks like, but not much more beyond that. I'm gonna let you continue. We're on the whole thing about Canada.
But back to Canada here. This is pretty crazy. This is also pretty textbook in regards to the supercellular structure of it. You can see the whole body of hail right here, just to the north of the actual hook. You can see the hook that wraps right around near the Macaulay area. Bit of an outflow boundary that begins to develop because of it. It looks like this thing is starting to occlude a little bit, at least rotation-wise, because you notice that the hook is actually turned a little bit more left. When that usually happens, that could be a sign more of an occlusion process, and that means that the storm, or at least the rotation, will eventually start to die as it heads off into the body of the storm. Now, whether or not this thing starts to recycle, forms a new rotation near that Birdtail Sioux First Nation area, that will be something to be determined. But as of right now, we do have a tornado warning for the southwestern portions of Manitoba. All right, we're talking Bertle area. We're talking the Beulah areas over here. If you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space. This is Environment Canada meteorologists are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and a locally intense rainfall are also possible. So how that works there, I don't know. The wording is weird to me because I'm clearly not used to it. They also say that golf ball to baseball sized hail is accompanying this storm somehow.
Yeah, that's a lot of inflow going into that thing still. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning for a left mover for Raton, New Mexico. And I've actually been up there, surprisingly enough, on my trip this summer. I've been up there. Beautiful place, probably a beautiful storm. If you're in Raton, I would advise seeking a sturdy structure. Currently going over Hebron right now, going
Debris
up Interstate
signature.
25 near Raton on Macaulay.
ZDR Macaulay confirms.
ZDR Macaulay confirms.
You go super res differential reflectivity if you can.
Ow.
That looks like a tornado that is over near Macaulay right now. Looks like it.
All right, cross that off your bingo cards, folks.
This is correlation coefficient's not really going to be super useful because the way they do their correlation coefficient over there in Canada, I'm going to be completely honest with you, is pretty weird and stupid. All right. I've seen storms that have produced tornadoes, some of which were super intense ones, and the correlation coefficient wouldn't do what the United States radars would do. So because of that, all right, I look to something like differential reflectivity, which I know can, be another good use in dual pole. And that tells me, all right, based off of what's happening here, that we do have a bit of a debris signature locally over here in Macaulay. So if you're over in Macaulay, I hope that you guys are in your safe space right now. We have very strong velocities that are ongoing within the storm. You can clearly see the rotation. You can see the left flank velocity enhancement coming in, which is a process of a supercell that usually indicates that this storm is mesocyclonically intact. And so,
and Nate, dare I even say, look at the supercell structure with the rear flank downdraft coming around. Even like the structure itself lines up.
Yeah.
Not even considering ZDR or anything like that. Just the structure itself is textbook tornado producer. So, folks, Macaulay and areas northeast need to be watching out for this. North of Birdtail Sioux First Nation, that area.
That's a ZDR arc on that as well. I just noticed that.
100%. 100%.
So this is an intense.
That's a monstrous storm.
Intense supercell heading over into portions of Manitoba. So if you're over there, once again, we're talking Bertle. Eventually, we're going to be talking about Beulah. All right, Beulah could be impacted here very soon. Areas north of Minnesota, as well as areas eventually heading towards the Lavinia areas. All right, you guys need to watch out. They've already issued a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this, so that's going to be something to take into account. But with the storm currently located in whatever, I don't know what they call their counties over there, if they have counties. That's pretty weird. But whatever this area is, they clearly have issued a tornado warning because of it. And so that's just something to take a note of, is that they're trying to warn people out ahead of time, saying, oh, they know that there's going to be a severe storm. Will that eventually transition to a tornado warning? That's going to be something interesting to note.
I just want to get ahead of the chase on something because there's a few things that I'm noticing on radar. That tornado warning north of Lake George is a legitimate shower at this point.
Yeah.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult for us to tell what's really producing a tornado or the kind of supercell signatures that we would normally be looking for on storms. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to tell. Wow. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to tell. Yeah, thank you. Clip that. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to tell. We're coming off the mountains here, and the radar coverage, especially in this area that's northwest of Colorado Springs, isn't the greatest. So combine those two factors, rotational signatures are going to be a little bit wonky. As of right now, there's still definitively some rotation on the northern side to the northeast of Terrial. So the storm is most certainly still spinning, still could produce a tornado as it pushes off towards the north and east, towards Colorado State Route 67. But really no major populace being impacted, which is the good news on that front. By the way, still a bona fide left mover in Kansas.
Yeah. Let's talk about Kansas a little bit as well, because Kansas is a part of this risk. Or actually, you know what, before we even get in depth with Kansas, we might want to actually just go ahead and just talk real quickly about what's actually happening in just this entire event for the United States. We're talking about the threat for severe weather ranging from northeastern Colorado into southwestern portions of Nebraska and northwestern portions of Kansas, all the way down into portions of the northern Texas Panhandle. So definitely something to note with this. We do have a widespread area for activity, and Morgan is calling a timeout.
Yeah, the Macaulay has lifted 100%. Was producing a tornado, now has lifted. Velocities have gone broad. And it's really not as easy to tell at this point with ZDR where a tornado would be. It was much more clear cut on the last frame, not anymore. So that is the good news. Continue to remain if you're in your safe space, if you are south of Birtle, north of Birdtail Sioux First Nation.
And I see maybe a little bit to where it could potentially be continuing to carry something, but it's
if you just
clearly
look at the reflectivity, it has occluded 100%.
Right. It's occluded. It's also gotten a lot more HP, high precipitation base. Once you start to cut off that warm, moist inflow from the storm, that's when stuff starts to get things. But anyways, back over to the general view here. We do have a threat for severe weather. We have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here for portions of Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado, and this does include the Denver metro area. So if you know anyone who lives in Denver, realistically speaking, within about an hour, you guys could probably be seeing some severe thunderstorms. So definitely something to watch out for with that. As it heads off further towards the north and east towards Fort Morgan, that could definitely be something to watch out for. And then, of course, we have to be talking about the areas near Goodland and east of Goodland that could potentially be seeing some severe weather as well. And that is a new severe thunderstorm warning, an extension for the old tornado warnings.
I don't think so. I think that cell that got the original tornado warning is still warned. It's the shower that's south of the main severe warning.
Yeah, you were
they're
right.
warning that for South Platte. That severe warning, or excuse me, that tornado warning is still in effect for a valid reason. If you look up in tilt, there's definitively rotation near Terrial, and maybe even a secondary rotation just to the southeast of it. Whack stuff. We're just getting started. Whack stuff. Great precursor for what today is going to show.
And let's put it this way, all right? For other reasons than the fact that today is a 10% tornado risk.
Warning, Canada.
That isn't, so they did extend it?
Yes, for the next hour and a half.
Yeah, I don't know why they extend it for the next hour and a half. They need to consider, but, you know, who knows? We'll go back to the severe storm here, and I do think you are correct. Yeah, that is potentially a new right mover, actually. It looked like initially the storm was forming, and then it just formed off of the mountains, and it started to turn right. And you have a new severe thunderstorm warning there for Jefferson and Douglas counties. So that will definitely be something to watch out for if you're over in Denver. If I take a timing for storm motion, that'll head off to the north and east. And in about an hour, that'll start to approach the southern portions of Denver near Littleton. So that'll be something very, very interesting as that Wow, English. That'll be something that is going to be very interesting as that heads off towards the north and east. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. Morgan, can you talk about Kansas real quickly as I update my stream deck? Because my stream deck is being stupid.
All right, I got you. So currently what we have right now on basically Interstate 70 is where all this is forming, maybe dropping south on United States Route 40, United States Route 83. We got a bunch of showers and thunderstorms starting to form off of a few boundaries. If I do recall correctly, and I'm just going to double check myself really quickly because I don't want to say anything that's incorrect, but I do believe that the surface dew point axis is where these storms are forming, along and just to the south of it. And it appears that I am roughly correct at saying that. Maybe the axis is a little bit more to the north, but regardless, we've got a lot of showers and thunderstorms firing off along this boundary. A lot of left movers. And when we say left movers, we're talking about storms that have a lot more of a large hail threat, among other things. And also, if you look at a vertical wind profile, and Nate, if you even wanted to drop over to Goodland for you to see what I'm talking about, less so than the stream. The left mover motion is slightly to the north-northwest, and that's what we've got with the storm motion right now along I-70. Now, could that change later on in the afternoon? Absolutely. We are just getting started in this. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Winona and Wallace on United States Route 40 to the south and west of the severe thunderstorm warning for Colby and Levant, excuse me. But as of right now, we got a lot of large hail producers. One overhead is impacting Tasco right now. One in between United States Route 40 and Interstate 70 heading towards Levant, Colby, and Brewster. And one that just got warned heading to the east of Wallace and to the west of Winona on United States Route 40. So a lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of these storms that are firing off. Pretty high hecotops already. We are getting into the 40,000s, 43,000 feet on the Levant storm. So certainly a lot of large hail and probably some damaging winds as well, given the temperature to dew point differential. Strong outflow winds are going to be definitely a concern, at least at the start. If we get a storm that latches to the surface boundary, we could be talking about a tornado threat. The Storm Prediction Center has outlined 5% tornado probabilities for this area of I-70, but if you go just to the north a little bit, near St. Francis and Atwood, you've got a 10% chance as well, which is a level 3 risk. So they're not ruling out any kind of tornado potential with this. Hey, I'll even get ahead of the chase. Tornado warning in Colorado is not even in a tornado risk because it is over the mountain. So if you need perspective on what we're kind of going to be expecting throughout the afternoon, there you go. The mountains do some pretty weird things atmospherically speaking. And I got to witness it over this past summer. Some absolutely insane storm structure that I was able to get just with some general thunderstorms. So, there's a lot that can happen today and a lot that we're going to have to just keep an eye on. Going to be touching up on everything as it goes. But definitely if you're in Kansas right now in a severe thunderstorm warning, main threat is large hail. We'll see about later. All right. Stream Deck working now?
Yeah, my Stream Deck is working. So two things. First off, you guys know the drill. Whenever we stream, we ask that you guys continue to spread the information with as many people as possible. We're talking via, copying the link to the live stream and putting it on social media, or by interacting with the channel via, liking it or subscribing or sharing it and stuff like that on YouTube, all sorts of stuff like that. So if you guys could, please spread the word. You can even tell new people that are in the chat to do that as well. On the other hand, all right, we do also have someone else that is going to be with us here for the duration of the stream, or at least as long as it's, the weather still is doing stuff. Ryan Scholl is going to be chasing for us here today, believe it or not. And he's been doing a lot of good work out there. So, Scholl?
How's it going, everyone?
So, where are you at right now, Ryan?
I am south of Bennett watching this strengthening cell. It's struggling a little bit at the moment, but hopefully maybe here in the next 30 minutes or so, something can materialize out of it.
And I know that, of course, you've been looking at tomorrow and stuff like that. It's very easy for us to, get ahead.
Thank you for reminding me. The last 2 minutes or so, I've been sitting here thinking, okay, there's something that I need to be looking at, and it's not today, and I don't know what it is. Thank you.
It's very easy for us. It's very easy for us to kind of, skip ahead and look towards tomorrow and stuff like that. But today's got a pretty interesting, outlook to it. Can you tell us a little bit more of what you can expect from today?
Me?
Yeah, go for it.
Today, well, obviously you can. I believe the main threat, is very large hail. I am worried about, people being out and about and driving right hail cores. So, and then
Yeah.
also, there's the tornado, right? Obviously, but don't hide under overpasses, people. It's worth like, hide
Thank you.
under a tornado warning. Please do not hide under overpasses. I really don't have any other information to say right now. So
I get that. I get that. And it feels like that's what usually the thing you have to dodge the most for in May is. It's the hail risk. There's just so much, activity with these storms that it's almost guaranteed that you're going to see some large hail on some aspect. And so it's almost like, I don't think this is a great analogy, but it's almost like playing laser tag. You're trying to dodge everything, or even some form of, Nerf gun battle or whatever. You're trying to purposefully dodge all the Nerf darts or lasers that are being shot around. And that's kind of what you got with your car here today with these storms, because it's just...
I'm not really looking to lose my windshield today, so I'm going to avoid the hail as much as possible.
I get that. We're going to be utilizing Ryan a lot here today. I told him, and I've told all the other chasers that have worked under me before as well, that I like to kind of utilize that Mike Morgan-esque, presentation, to where I want to utilize the chasers as much as possible. I feel like they are very valuable in regards to the information that they can provide, and being able to provide information when they're there, present at the storms, is something that is absolutely it is necessary for not only myself, not only for other people, but the National Weather Service, and being able to get warnings out. So thank you so much, Ryan. We'll continue to get back into you. Remember, don't be afraid to interrupt us here, and should be interesting for both of us.
Yes, indeed.
Let's go back over to the tornado warning over in Manitoba, because Manitoba, earlier on, we saw that there was more than likely a tornado in progress. At least via ZDR, there was a good indication. As of right now, if you were to look at these storms, or this storm, I should say, you probably wouldn't be able to tell much of anything, because it kind of looks like a blob. I mean, you can't really figure out where one starts and where one begins. But believe it or not, if we go back in time, and that update doesn't do us any more favors than it had before. But if we go back in time, you can see that this thing was very well defined. Clear forward flank right here with the body of the hail, the body of the storm, rain and hail falls down. It all gets wrapped around to the bottom part, the hook echo, the forward flank downdraft right here. And then being able to create an outflow boundary to channel all that moisture into the inflow notch is imperative for the storm to continue to sustain. And right about here at the top part of the hook is where the main part of the rotation was. Now that I go back in time, it looked like it was going to start to recycle. You can see this first little leg right here kind of develop just a little bit north of the hook. And then you have this major portion of our forward flank downdraft here that extended from Wellwyn all the way over east. And that tells me, whenever we see kind of a leg like that, that tells me that you had a new recycling period in regards to your ZDR arc. And that allows you to kind of reshape the storm and get rid of the old mesocyclone. So if we go back to what it's looking like right now, you can see that this was the old supercell right here, and it's kind of bowed out a little bit into more of a damaging wind threat. This will be really interesting to see, however, if this right here can develop into something tornadic. Can we get something to recycle here, potentially maybe do something? I see maybe some weak rotation right here, but it is very, very weak. We'd have to go up and tilt probably to see if there is anything. We'll go to tilt 4. And yeah, we do have a little bit of elevated rotation somewhere over here. It's just not anywhere near the strength that it once was. So I'm not too concerned about this as of right now. If you're in Beulah right now, or if you're in Crandall, Arrow River, heading into the Lavinia areas over here in Manitoba, as well as Hemiota, as of right now, there is a storm that is approaching your area. Of course, there is a tornado warning just for areas to the west of you. But as of right now, I don't see any immediate tornado impacts that could be from these storms. Now, there could very well have been a tornado over near the McAuley area, so if you know anyone near McAuley, I would definitely kind of, ring them up and ask if they're all right. But as of right now, we'll definitely have to see if this thing is able to recycle and get back to what it once was, which was a potentially tornado-producing storm. So, definitely something to kind of watch out for with that.
I'm going to jump in here really quickly, because this is baffling more than anything else.
Yeah.
New mesoscale discussion. Southern Louisiana, outside of the marginal risk, quote, cannot rule out a tornado this afternoon and evening across south central Louisiana.
Interesting.
Oh,
Several
boy.
transient supercell structures have translated across the Gulf Coast of Louisiana today. In the last few hours, 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity has increased to over 300 per vertical wind profile out of Lake Charles. This may increase farther into the evening as a MCV over the Gulf lifts northward. Thus far, low-level circulations have been quite weak, likely due to weak low-level flow. However, some stronger low-level flow develops as this MCV approaches the coast. The tornado threat could increase. They are not anticipating a watch. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
That sounds whack.
Why is there a circle in Arkansas of storms?
Yeah, I'm thinking that
noticing.
I'm thinking that might be a new low that's kind of developing over there, but I'm not entirely sure. So I've been considering. I want to also mention here real quickly. All right, we'll go back down to Colorado, and there's a storm that's going to be approaching Denver here in about an hour. So, if you know anyone that lives in Denver, Colorado, I would probably go ahead and let them know that there is going to be severe weather heading off into that area here soon. It will happen. This one right now is severe warned. Specifically, this is warned for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, it's not, anything too out of the ordinary in regards to severe weather. But seems how Denver is in the risk for large hail. We're talking large hail over golf balls is a possibility here for today's event. We can't help but, let you guys know ahead of time that there very well could be a storm with that magnitude heading towards that area. So if you're in the Denver metro area, specifically South Denver near Littleton, we're also talking about East Denver, downtown Denver, maybe not as much West Denver, but realistically, if you're in Denver, you need to watch out for the threat of some severe weather heading into your area. I also want to go and shift over to Kansas, because Kansas. A lot of showers and thunderstorms. Yeah. A lot of thunderstorms across the board. I mean, that's usually what Kansas does. But in this instance, we do have a couple that are starting to get closer and closer towards the I-70 area. There's already been a couple that have passed over I-70, but now we're getting closer to the Colby and Woodland areas. So these severe thunderstorm warnings that are heading up into Thomas County, as well as this would be Sherman County, Logan, and Wallace counties. If you're over in those areas, I would definitely watch out for some storms that could produce some large hail. There also is a couple of storms that have maybe some rotation with it. The one I'm looking at specifically would be this one over here, just to the south and east of Sharon Springs, in the Wallace County area. This would be south of Woodland by a good while. So definitely something to kind of watch out for that. Maybe some other storms could have some elevated rotation, but realistically speaking, I think that one's the only one as of right now that could probably try to do something in the near future, but it's still got a long ways before it does. So as of right now, a lot of hail that is starting to dump itself across portions of northwestern Kansas. I'm
going to interrupt for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
For my YouTube stream, hopefully you guys can hear me. I don't know if there's an issue going on. Please tell me if you can hear me right now. That would be awesome.
Yep. Yeah, Ryan's stream right there.
All tornado warnings expired.
Good stuff. Yeah, go to his stream right there. See if we can get some help from that.
I don't know. I just had a few comments saying that there was no audio. I know I wasn't talking too much, but
let's see. Yeah, I pulled up your thing. I don't think I can hear anything either, so that's consider the following.
That's nice. Shoot.
I'll show you guys here real quickly because I think this is also interesting. I talked about Colby, Kansas. There's that view from Colby, Kansas, right there. That's in Thomas County. So specifically, this is actually looking at I-70. So you can see we're actually, I believe, on top of a hotel. My camera map shows a lot of the stuff. That's pretty funny.
Thanks, ice cream truck. Speaking of thanks, what?
Yeah, we're looking south here at this Colby County. I keep saying county. Stop. Colby, Kansas camera. Tongue twister.
Colby County, Kansas camera. Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, no thank you.
You can't.
No thank you. But pretty menacing skies over there to the right. Someone's asking if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. More than likely, yes. Yes. Tomorrow looks very interesting. I think under no circumstances should it go any higher than a 10 sig, though, because the uncertainty is just too high in regards to whether or not you actually are going to get some things. But storms do form.
Okay, good news, guys. I switched over to my other phone, and now the audio is working. So.
Oh, there you go. That works. That works.
Got a nice little cell developing here. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a new tornado warning for Canada.
Correct. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is a new tornado warning. They've extended it over to the east just slightly. So that's Beulah, areas north of Minneota, north of Crandall, Lavina, or not Lavinia, not yet. But it does look like the storm is trying to recycle. It looks like it may have done a split. May have potentially done a split. And there is some signs that there might be a little bit of a ZDR arc right about here, but it's very weak at this time. So will this thing be able to actually get its act together? I think is the biggest question here.
New severe warning south of West Creek. You know, I think there is something spinning with that.
Oh, that would be Colorado, yeah.
Yeah, there's definitively something spinning with that. It's, again, hard to say because mountains are interfering with the radar signal.
Oh, yeah.
That was the tornado warning, though. And it has right mover motion at the moment, so.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they saw anything, like, from a camera or something that was reported.
South Platte is somewhere in between.
Man, is it nice to have the luxury of cameras. Yeah, speaking of cameras here, I have to self-promote shamelessly just a little bit. If you join my Discord server, all right, and you are able to subscribe to the Discord server. That's $8 a month. So subscribing on Discord is not free. Subscribing on YouTube is free. But if you subscribe to the Discord server, you can have access to this camera map. And it just so happens that today there are a lot of cameras that are in this area. And you might be thinking, well, what do you mean? Usually there isn't cameras that you can find over in these areas. Oh, yes, there are. I just can't show them on stream because I haven't been able to get in contact with the company who owns this. But you guys can watch them. As long as you don't retransmit them, you're going to be fine. So there are a lot of cameras that are on top of cell towers. And, you know, these cameras expand from Colorado all the way over into Nebraska. And there's just not really a whole lot of cameras in both of those areas. So there you go. Have fun with that. If you want to, that is $8 a month on Discord. And that all those funds go straight into the startup program for the website that this will go on to. So pretty cool.
And
Yeah.
go on Goodland.
Yeah.
And loop reflectivity and look at the outflow boundaries.
Yeah, there are a couple of that does look pretty. Does look pretty whack. How is Woodland Park? We're talking Woodland Park, Colorado. I think you guys should be all right. There's a couple of severe storms that have went off to the north of you all. There might be something that is over near the Cripple Creek areas. That might head off to you, maybe. But other than that, as of right now, Woodland Park does seem to be all right. I'll let you guys know if there is anything that does happen, though. Appreciate it, his story. Oh, that is an ominous cloud that is over in Woodland Park. True facts.
Big cloud.
Got a sky camera over there in Woodland Park because, you know, we got our connections. And that is in Colorado.
Tornado warning. And it is for southwest of West Creek.
Northwestern Teller County in central Colorado.
That is
again, yeah, jurisdiction that's going to have to be bridged, but they do agree, and that's a lot of rotation heading towards West Creek. Folks, if you're in West Creek, there ain't many of you, but there's a few.
Yeah.
You need to be taken to your proper tornado shelters. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. On Colorado State Route 67. This is going to continue to push off towards the north and northeast, I would say, roughly. West of Perry Park is where this will eventually be heading, but these are moving fairly slow, so I'm not really going to say anywhere else in advance quite yet. But West Creek, tornado shelters, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet.
I think the safe thing to say in this instance is if you're west of I-25 and you're on the western portion of Douglas County, almost on the border of the Douglas County, Jefferson County border, there's a good chance that this storm will be moving off near your area. So with that being said, if you live in those areas or if you know anyone who lives within those areas, please be sure to let people know and then take care of yourself by getting into a sturdy structure and staying away from the outdoors. But yeah, that is definitely some rotation within the storm that is heading off into West Creek. You can clearly see with the velocities, we have greens that are moving towards the radar. So that's the wind moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is definitely not consolidated because you can tell that there are a lot of these grays in the middle, which indicate that there is nothing that is really tightened together. And usually when you have a tightening of the velocities and you have brighter pixels on top of brighter pixels, that usually tells me that stuff has started to consolidate. So that doesn't really seem to be the case as of right now, which is the good news. We hope that that continues to be the case as that moves off towards the north. But still, just something to note here as this moves off from the Teller County area into the Douglas County area and eventually even Jefferson County here in Colorado. This is a storm that does have the potential to try and produce something tornadic, and we have to continue to monitor this as this moves off towards the north.
I find it funny. I have a whole tour group pulling up almost right behind me.
Really?
Tempest tours, actually.
Oh, it's Tempest tours.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It very much is.
Tornado warning, and that is not what I expected. Why did they tornado warn that?
Northwestern Douglas County in northeastern Colorado, southeastern Jefferson County in central Colorado.
There's nothing.
Warned what?
It's the new tornado warning south of Denver.
South of Denver, south of Littleton.
5.1. That's the reason why.
5.1?
5.1.
Okay. So. That's 21,000 feet up.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
I'm gonna have to take 30 and say
no.
If you're in Roxborough Park, Sedalia, along State Route 67, United States Route 85, east to South Platte, northwest to Perry Park, you guys need to be taking your to your tornado shelters underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And to be fair, it may be working on it, but I don't think a tornado is quite imminent per se. A lot of hail produced with the storm. A lot of large hail is being produced with the storm, probably in excess of quarters to the east of South Platte along 67 and northeast of that. As of right now, I'm not 100% on the tornado threat as of now, but
not with that storm at least.
Not that storm at least. Yeah, that West Creek, you might get a warning here very soon. So do bear that in mind. And in fact, you did just get a warning. That's a new tornado warning for West Creek and Perry Park. So there you go. So that bridges the gap of State Route 67 in West Creek. That'll continue to push off towards the north and east. So if you're in Perry Park, you're in 2 tornado warnings actively. Congratulations. Continuing, both of these storms are going to be starting to move on a more northeastward trajectory. Now, like I said, this storm that is by Sedalia right now that just got warned south of Denver probably won't produce right now, but could later on.
Yep.
And later on, what we have on deck is Littleton, Englewood, Glendale, Denver, Aurora. Big areas, a lot of suburban populated areas. So can't let this slip our minds as of right now. But as of particularly for these areas of 67, east of South Platte, a lot of large hail. I don't know about much else. But regardless, Sedalia, Roxborough Park, South Platte, Castle Pines, North Lone Tree, south of Centennial, you guys need to be in your tornado shelters, underground or lowest airmost part of your building. Additionally, like I just said, West Creek, Perry Park, also in your safe space. Denver just bridged the warning on that. Yep. Still some significant rotation there as well. Do take that very seriously.
I saw someone ask about Monument, Colorado. Monument is just to the south and east of these tornado warnings. So as of right now, Monument seems to be all right, but there are more and more thunderstorms that are kind of going over that area, so I would watch out for that. And for the storms that went over Monument just a little bit ago that are moving northwest, those are going to be stuff to really watch out, because how these storms interact with the storms that are currently tornado warned could determine as to what type of activity we could get from these storms. So if these storms
break, stop. Riverton, east of Riverton, southeast of Riverton, there's probably a tornado being produced as we speak.
Riverton, what?
Wyoming. That storm that I mentioned that is in the middle of central Wyoming earlier, that is a left mover, has become a right mover. No, actually, no, it hasn't. It's still moving left. There's a discrete rotation on that. It's not hitting anything. It's probably producing a tornado. If you are along Wyoming 136, about 20 miles east of Riverton, you guys need to be taking your tornado shelters, underground or lowest airmost part of your building. Thank you, Tornado Clips, for pointing that out in the chat. I would not have known this otherwise. There's a special weather statement to the east of Sandra, but that's not that storm. There may be a bit, but at the same note, still a discrete storm, still has spectrum with. ZDR would even suggest that there's something rotating in that general area too. We got a left mover producing some significant hail to its south and east, so watch out for that as the progression of the storm continues to be monitored. Thankfully not really hitting anything right now, but if you are northeast of Sandra on Wyoming 136, you definitely need to be taking to your tornado shelters underground, the lowest innermost part of your building.
All right, back to
Sorry,
important
brief
stuff.
intermission.
Back to the important stuff. All right. As I said, these storms that are over here, that are almost on top, if not just a little bit to the west of, this would be I-25. If these storms merge with the storms that were warned for tornadoes, it could indicate what potentially could happen ahead of time. All right, because cell mergers are very unpredictable in nature. It's you gotta hit a storm at the right moment, the right exact time for it to produce a tornado. Otherwise, if it hits it in any other spot, storm starts splitting like crazy and it starts to kind of disintegrate a little bit, or it starts to recycle. So if these storms over here, just to the east of the tornado warned storms, one near West Creek and the one near South Platte, if these storms merge with the other ones, we will have to watch out for it very closely if a tornado threat is in the very near future, or if the storms would have to take time to recycle and it would kind of delay the process of it trying to produce a tornado until much later on. So definitely something for us to kind of watch out for with that. But yeah, Wyoming is considering the following. It's just in the middle of nowhere. It legit is not hitting anything.
Yeah, he has been talking about Wyoming for the past 5 minutes. I've just been not checking chat as much as I should because I'm trying to keep up with everything else, like checking Kansas so that if something's happening there, Nate can be on top of it.
Yep.
We may end up getting some things that start to spin south of 70.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hard to say, but with some of those storms, interacting outflow boundaries can produce some weird things. And if we can get it, if a storm can spin at the right point, that outflow wow, look at that outflow boundary that is just pushed west to Goodland. That is bonkers.
Hey, I'll tell you what, real quickly. You call that an outflow boundary. Go back to Canada, because eventually we're going to have to here in a bit.
Oh, no.
That outflow boundary from that supercell is insane.
That's also an outflow boundary. Yes. that stretches way farther than it should.
Yeah, it has a significant outflow boundary. But I want to mention something. It does look like it is trying to recycle. It does look like that we are starting to see...
outflow boundary in Canada?
Yep.
Yeah, because 100%. Of the supercell. The supercell created the outflow boundary. It looks like there is a supercell that is developing. Once again, it has recycled. And we can go and take a look. You can see there's a little bit of a ZDR arc right here. It also has a lot of hail deep inside the storm. This tells me right here that this storm is going to try and intensify. We might see another run-in with something tornadic with this storm. Right now, there's not a tornado warning for this. It used to have a tornado warning. I firmly believe that it actually produced a tornado near the McCauley area. We'll have to see. Yeah. But right now, it's got a severe thunderstorm warning. Don't be surprised if this thing gets upgraded, though. All right? So as of right now, in the immediate future, the storm will be heading towards the Crandall, the Arrow River, the Hemiota areas, and the Lavinia areas, or the Lavinia areas over here in portions of Manitoba. All right? We're talking Manitoba. We're talking southwest Manitoba. It just crossed over the border of Saskatchewan and Manitoba by about, what, I'd say a half an hour ago? Maybe even 40 minutes ago. So this storm has been kind of trucking along. It's been doing its own thing. And even if you go to velocities, you can see that this thing is starting to kind of intensify a little bit more. We can go back in time and you can see there really just wasn't a whole lot. And now since it's starting to kind of go back to its original shape of reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, if we start to see some of this green get a lot closer to this red, we're going to be talking about more than likely
Hey.
another tornado here soon.
Hey, you look up in tilt, it's there. The structure's there. It's not quite as strong as it once was, but the structure is present.
Yes.
So, I also would like to note just a couple things. One, West Creek is the alias to all. Get out. But that is a significant storm that has formed out there. That's probably also an incredible photo opportunity down there. And number two, Denver was right. That storm that's tornado warned for Sedalia. Like I said earlier, not producing a tornado yet, but it's working on it. And I don't like where it's going.
Yeah.
Like, locational wise. You look up in tilt. It's starting to spin a little bit more with height. Mesocyclone is locked on at all tilts. It's still a hailer, and it has to go through some cell mergers because that storm that is over Sedalia right now is a left mover and is going to go into the storm. But that may only help it coming out of the merger. Denver, Glendale, Englewood, Littleton, Aurora, Centennial, Sullivan. Watch out. Got an hour and a half probably. Maybe an hour, probably an hour, not more.
I'd say an hour. I'd say an hour.
Yeah, everybody is dropping south on 225. Kopic is dropping south. Corey Gherkin's dropping south, and a lot of other people are starting to get the same idea. Ryan, where are you right now? What is your status?
Ryan might be considering. He is considering.
Okay. He hasn't probably left Bennett.
He's driving right now. That's the one thing I do see. We'll get Ryan here in a bit because he is our chaser.
Sorry, I muted myself.
No problem.
Let's go for it.
No problem.
Go for it.
I am just north of Kiowa. I am not going to try to put myself through the danger of the Denver downtown metroplex because I feel like it would be a dangerous situation for me and get in the way of everyone else. Yeah. So I'm going to stay out of there.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I support that choice. Just trying to get an idea of where this might be going. Hold on, I need to pull up a profile.
If you are going to be heading up with that, then you might want to go around Denver. I mean, I think you already know that. And just try and get north as quickly as possible to kind of like, you know.
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, these should go under some cell mergers here pretty shortly, actually. So hopefully, maybe, obviously, as a chaser, you want it to enhance tornado.
Yeah, I hate where that profile is going. I hate how that profile looks, and I hate where the storm is going. Canada is intensifying. That's going to produce another tornado in probably 10 minutes. But if you cross the right motion with the left motion, it's not even close to exactly perpendicular, but it's perpendicular enough where the left mover will get out of its way and merge before it becomes too late. That right mover motion is north-northeast, folks, directly north-northeast, and that would take the storm right into the Glendale, Sullivan, Aurora area. Need I say any more there? There's a lot of people that live out there. Huge populace, main suburb of Denver.
And can I take, time to acknowledge that the storm right behind it is looking very, very
is not exactly looking to
I mean, sure, it's got side lobe. It's got side lobe. All right, we know that, but if you go up to 1.8 tilt, you can see this thing does have rotation.
It's going 100%.
So these are storms that are more than likely going to try to become tornadic as it heads off towards the north and east. The Denver metro area needs to be on alert. All right, we're going to keep telling you guys over and over and over again that Denver needs to watch out. All right, we haven't really talked a whole lot about Denver on our channel, to be completely honest with you, because there really hasn't been a whole lot of thunderstorms that have went over there that could produce tornadoes. Now,
new tornado warning.
What's the new tornado?
South of Woodland Park near Divide. That's directly west of Colorado Springs.
Teller County.
Tornado warning for
Woodland Park.
County in
Bonkers.
central Colorado, west central El Paso County.
All right,
in east central
Pueblo for
Colorado.
that because obvious reasons.
Woodland Park's gonna need to watch out here in the near future. I know I've got a viewer or two in Woodland Park. Guys need to watch out. You guys aren't in the tornado warning quite yet, but if this thing continues to move off towards the north and east, then you could very well be seeing this storm here very soon. So Woodland Park.
We have no good way of seeing this. Pueblo doesn't see the storm.
It's just getting hit by the mountain. You got to look through the mountain in order to see it.
Yeah, there's stuff in the way. So maybe Denver is the best choice with that.
Well, I still see some rotation with it. I still do. Believe it or not, rotation you can still see. I don't know how, but it is.
The rotation you can see on Pueblo, but reflectivity, no. And it's vice versa for Denver, actually, upon my looking.
Right. If you're in Woodland Park, I would watch out. I would probably even, in the near future, we're talking about a half an hour. I would even say you guys would probably need to go ahead, get into your safe space here soon. Get into a sturdy structure, stay away from windows. Stuff like that. Let's go back to the tornado warning or not a tornado warning, go back to the supercell in Manitoba. Yeah, it does look like it has split. So it is actually completing its split. The left split has now moved off a little bit more to the north and east. Our supercell over here that is heading near the Arrow River and the Hemiota area is now moving more of an easterly motion. And if we go to the velocities, you can see stuff is starting to pick up. Stuff is starting to pick up. We have some bright reds right here. We have some bright greens. They are displaced. If this green moves over right here and we have greens on top of reds just like that, you probably can guess that there's going to be a tornado. I think it's safe to say that that might actually be the case, but we'll have to see. If I am Environment Canada here, I'd be issuing a tornado warning here soon for the Arrow River and the Hemiota areas. That's what I would do. So watch out for that as that continues to move along. Let's go back to the Denver metro area because we're going to keep talking about the Denver metro area over and over and over again. I firmly believe that these storms are going to be heading off into your guys' area, whether or not it'll be tornadic, severe, or whatever. We want to make sure that you guys get the information you may need because you are in a risk for significant storms here today. We're talking large hail, greater than golf ball size. We're talking a threat for maybe a couple of tornadoes possible and some strong damaging winds that could be associated with all of these storms, regardless if it's tornadic or not. So we're letting you guys know ahead of time there's a storm that is approaching the southern portions of Denver right now as we speak, and it may head off towards the central and eastern portions of Denver. So if you live in those areas or if you know anyone who lives within those areas, might want to watch out for that very, very closely.
I actually just put out a tweet on my own behalf. First of all, just mentioning the areas: Sullivan, Glendale, Aurora, Englewood, Eastern Denver. Yeah, significant storm. Looks like the merge is starting to occur. What's interesting on that note, though, is that Sedalia, as it's merging, is also convecting more. So I wonder if that inhibits the tornado potential for that storm for the time being, or at least going forward. But still, a lot of time to go. And that being said, I don't like this anymore. That being said, the storm has turned a little bit more left. So it could be going basically completely parallel right up United States Route 85, which would take it right into downtown Denver. And obviously, some things will change in the next 30, 40 minutes, roughly. But obviously, it needs to be taken very seriously. Still needs to be taken very seriously. Significant large hail is being produced by this and nothing else. And then as this heads up towards Littleton, Englewood, Glendale, Sullivan, if that storm can clear out its inflow and get the merger done and over with, we are starting to get into the point in which there might be some tornadic activity going on. So, and not even just here. Also, Daniel Shaw is chasing. He's in Castle Rock. He's on that storm.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. I want to zoom out here real quickly because I feel like transparency is key within this, this instance. We may be talking about Colorado, but we also want to zoom out here real quickly to show you guys where in the United States the severe weather is going to be located, at least for today. You can see we have a lot of these colors, a lot of these contours. Don't worry too much about these polygons and these boxes and stuff like that. And I'll actually take it off to make it a little bit easier for us to kind of see. But if you guys see these colors, so if you see this light green, don't worry too much. All right, this is a general thunderstorm risk. Might see some, a small, very small chance of severe weather, but other than that, it is not anything for you to be concerned about. Same thing with the dark green. Dark green's a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Realistically speaking, you could see some localized severe weather activity, but other than that, it's not really too concerning. The yellow is a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. All right, this is where you're probably going to want to watch out for severe weather throughout the day, into the evening, and even the overnight hours. So watch out for that. And then the area where it is probably going to be the highest area of activity in regards to severe weather would be this area over here in northeastern Colorado, extreme southwestern Nebraska, and northwestern Kansas. That's this orange area here are 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So if you live in these areas over here, we're talking Denver, Fort Morgan, Yuma, McCook, all the way over to areas near Woodland and Colby in Kansas, you guys are probably going to want to watch out for severe weather here today. So let's go back to that Denver
Riverton
stuff.
might do it again.
Pull up the watches again on the side.
I was kidding.
It looks like the storm that's over near Woodland Park is having slight issues, but once again, we're probably going to want to go to Pueblo to kind of see that. And yeah, it is having slight issues, which is the good news. If you're over in Woodland Park. You guys should be all right, but still have a little bit of time before that storm gets off into your area. So I wouldn't write it off completely yet. Yeah, that West Creek storm is very interesting. I'll tell you what. You are 100% right with that. The storm that's over near Sedalia, over in Colorado, this is going to be very interesting to watch over the next probably 10-15 minutes. And the reason being is because if we backtrack a little bit, you can see that originally there were 2 separate storms. There was one right here over Sedalia, and there was one over South Platte. All right. Now, the one that was over South Platte was actually originally tornado warned. It wasn't the storm over Sedalia. It was the one that was just to the west of that. But as you can see, these storms have started to get a lot closer and closer together. And depending upon the outcome of these 2 storms, all right, because more than likely they will merge into one giant storm. Depending upon the outcome, we can determine as to whether or not that could enhance the tornado threat over the next, I'd say, half an hour within the storm, or it could set this storm into a period of weakening, and then it will eventually recycle and then be severe somewhere else. So the hope is that when these storms merge, they don't end up becoming too significant, but we still have to watch out for it very closely regardless. So once again, we're talking Lone Tree, Centennial, Littleton, Englewood, Glendale, Aurora, and Denver. All those areas over here in the biggest city in all of the state of Colorado. You guys are going to have to watch out for some severe weather here very soon.
I'm going to just make a note of something. The Sedalia storm, particularly now in Castle Pines, that storm is spinning in its own right and is a little bit more surface-based.
Mm-hmm.
Now, strong spin, not really. But Castle Pines, the storm is going to continue to move north, maybe a little bit to the north-northwest. Up by Centennial, you guys are going to need to be watching out as well. You guys aren't quite in a tornado warning, but you're very close. And Yeah, sorry. And as these storms merge, we could see either that storm take over the main rotation or still have the parent storm that is to its west in Roxborough Park taking over the main rotation. So a lot to look at as of right now. Again, both storms are spinning not quite at the surface, but they are both still continuing to have tornadic characteristics. That Woodland Park storm is struggling. You are correct in that. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Really struggling. Although, there may be something new with it that formed off to the... I don't know about that, actually. I'm going to hold back. But yeah,
Just gonna
point
give
is...
a quick update on.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm heading west, try to get closer to these things. Still gotta stay out of the Denver area, but I'm going to try to get closer to these things. Maybe they'll strengthen up here, maybe a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. If you wanted to avoid Denver basically entirely, you can drop south on... I don't know if he's probably lagging to all hell.
Yeah.
Road
Colorado reception.
Colorado is the best place to chase, totally.
It beats Kansas.
We already know what he's trying to say.
Severe thunderstorm warning to the south of Centennial on I-25.
I gotta bring you guys in here real quickly because we've been talking about it for practically the entire stream. And as much as we want to continue to talk about Colorado, Colorado is not the only place that is going to see severe weather here today, let alone tornadic ones. This storm does look like it is going to try and become tornadic here very soon. When you look at the velocity, and you'll see it here in a second, when it loads, hopefully. Eventually.
Someday.
Someday, someday it will. Did the radar just go down? I'll have to restart radar scope to see. Imagine if it did.
That would be incredibly convenient.
At least for radar scope, that would be convenient.
Totally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6,
6, 7 outflow boundaries in Kansas that I can see right now.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is a tight velocity couplet. That is a tight velocity couplet right there. And I'll tell you what. Hemiota, Cardale, Oak River, Lavinia, here in Manitoba, Canada, you're going to want to watch out for this very, very closely. And I know everyone over here in the chat are probably like, oh, it's Canada. It doesn't pertain to me. Listen, we got to cover everywhere. All right? We got to make sure everyone is all right. So, we kind of shuffle around the different storms to try and make sure that everyone is updated. And Canada is no different. They get severe weather just like we do in the United States. So we have to make sure that people over here in Manitoba, specifically near the Hemiota, the Oak River, the Cardale, the Lavinia, and the Arrow River areas, you guys need to watch out for this very, very closely. I want to see, that might be a debris signature. It shows on correlation coefficient too.
Hang on.
That might be a debris signature. Yeah, I really do believe that this very well could be a tornado in progress.
Do you want a second opinion?
That would probably be the best because Canadian radars are not exactly the greatest, but we take with what we can get.
Yeah, I also have to restart scope. That's great. Thank you.
Scope is great. I'll tell you what. At least today.
Did the
it
radar
is.
go down?
No, I restarted it and then I had switched the radar from one to the other.
Got it. All right, let's see what we got.
Scope is taking a bit though, so we'll let it consider.
Yeah. Which is incredibly nice and convenient.
Yeah.
I'd say damage threat considerable, severe thunderstorm warning for Cheyenne County and Sherman County. Yeah, that storm is a bona fide left mover. Nate, just drop, when you can, just for a second, drop over to Kansas and loop. Those outflow boundaries are just a thing to behold at the moment.
Oh my gosh. You can see all that moisture being kind of pushed away.
Cold air pooling.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, shoots the tornado potential there for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's one thing it does do. And that is definitely a tornado in progress. New velocity scan, that is 100% going.
In Canada?
Yeah.
Load, please, radar scope.
Yeah, the data isn't great, but we'll take what we can get. That's probably a tornado right now. And ZDR would confirm. So, yeah, would agree.
And we might be able to use Omega here as well to kind of utilize.
That'd be slower for me, so good luck.
Well, the other thing about that, though, is Omega, their town names are very small. So for the people who are looking at home, you can barely tell who and what. And their correlation coefficient is pretty whack. The ZDR definitely shows that we're probably looking at a tornado. Yeah, I mean, that is a tornado heading into Hamiota.
Unfortunate.
Right there. That is a tornado. So just a reminder here, guys. This is a tornado here in Hamiota, Oak River, Oakner, and Cardale in the province of Manitoba in Canada. All right, this is southwestern Manitoba. If you're over in these areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. This looks to be a tornado. And I'll tell you what, I think actually reflectivity shows a debris signature as well, a debris ball. It may not be like a...
I don't know if a... Nah.
It could potentially.
Now it's working for me much faster. Thank you.
There is a chaser there, Mandy Grayston, whoever that is.
Go get him.
He might be on Twitter. Who knows? But
yeah, I don't know if a ball is the word I would use, but maybe based on that ZDR verification.
Maybe
that is the word I would use. CC is just black, but that's
CC is unreliable up there. It really is. Fortunately, right now, there are no warnings for Denver, but they probably will be here soon. Specifically,
southern Denver. They're probably going to start to pump out the warnings, particularly Englewood, Littleton, Southglen, Sullivan, Centennial. Is where I expect warnings to start to occur. I don't know about tornado warnings because they are still undergoing mergers, but be prepared for a tornado warning at really any moment with any of these storms. That goes for the entire city of Denver. That goes for Aurora. That goes for Glendale. Depending on storm motion, it may even take it up north towards the Commerce City, Adams City, Westminster area.
Yeah, this storm right here, completely separate storm. Tornado warnings over there actually has expired.
Yes. Woodland Park warning is still in effect, but I don't know why.
Yeah, I think southern and eastern Denver probably are going to want to be something for us to watch very closely.
There's a new tornado warning. So it's for that southern cell that was in West Creek. Roxborough Park, South Platte, Sedalia, once again. Same song and dance again. Have you gotten the warning over GR Earth? I just got mine.
Not yet. But there it is. There's the do it.
Tornado warning for Central Douglas County.
So they're not taking any chances with that storm. That storm is still spinning. So if you're in South Platte, Roxborough, Park, Sedalia, remain in your safe spaces. Perry Park as well. I did want to mention, Nate, if you do want to go to Denver,
yep, I'm looking.
Look at the ZDR. Look at the ZDR, the cell south of Centennial on 25. That is.
Yeah, that one actually, I think is, especially if you look up in tilt. I definitely think that one actually has a mesocyclone. I was investigating it a little bit earlier. And that was actually what I was going to talk about after you were going to be talking, is the storm that's on 25 right now that is moving north, heading into East Denver, is the one that is currently trying to become something tornadic. But it'll take a little bit of time before it will have the opportunity to do so. We just have to see.
Hey,
so.
guys, can I jump in?
Go for it.
This, so I do have a visual on the severe warning storm near Castle Rock, and this thing is a beast. And I'm not even joking when I say that. This thing is visually crazy. I'm going to be turning around here in just a second, so you guys can get a view. But, I mean, this thing's a monster, and velocities are kicking up on this thing. So.
Yeah, it looks like an insane storm on our screen here too that we're watching with you. That is a heck of a storm, and it looks like that storm near Castle Rock has some elevated rotation as well. So that might be something to watch out for too, in the other grand scheme of things, because I think at the surface, and that's new tornado warning issued for it.
Oh, was that new? Is it tornado warned?
Just got issued new tornado warning. Franktown, Ponderosa Park, and Elizabeth.
Yep, I'm getting the alerts on my phone now. So, okay, this is a little scary because I am not in a great spot, but I will very much keep an eye out. So.
Yeah, if you can find a north option, at some point.
I do have a north option here in about 3 miles.
Yeah, he's approaching 83, which can take him straight north. It's another new tornado warning, and it is for Centennial south of Aurora, folks. Time to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you live in Franktown,
Douglas County
this
in northeastern Colorado,
right for you. So please,
in northeastern Colorado.
Most superior. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you didn't hear him because he was a little, Colorado service, it does that. These tornado warnings, if you are in any of these tornado warnings, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's another tornado warning that just got issued for Western Kansas.
Tornado warning for Southern Wallace County in west central Kansas, Greeley County in west central Kansas.
Oh my goodness, guys, this thing is...
Yeah, it's Tribune, more than likely Supercell.
Yep. Tribune. I do see that.
Hold on. I'm going to get you guys a view here in 2 seconds.
Yeah. That's a tornado warning as well. We have numerous storms here that are tornadic as of this time. We'll start with Colorado here. We'll work our way over to the east. And realistically speaking, if you are in Douglas County, if you are over in Elbert County, if you are over in the Arapahoe counties area, as well as areas near Denver County, you guys definitely need to watch out for this very, very closely. We got a lot of severe storms, a lot of stuff that is starting to be tornadic and is starting to develop. So we're just going to start calling out town names or cities. And if you live in any of those areas, you need to be sure to go ahead and get in your safe space. There's the look from our storm chaser, Ryan, who is currently looking at a heck of a storm here. Ryan, can you tell us a little bit more about this storm right now?
There's a lot of info getting fed into the storm. Very too. But a lot of info into this.
Starting to kind of break up with him just a little bit, but you could see that. But I mean, you can clearly see on his screen that he is getting a lot. From what I can tell, so I heard what he said about a lot of inflow being pulled in. I 100% agree with that. If I'm looking for something tornadic, it would be right within there. Right within there would be something that could potentially try to drop. It is definitely a bit rain-wrapped, from what I can tell. This is going to be a very interesting storm to watch out for as this continues to move on through. We'll continue to update with that. But he is on that tornado warning that is over on the border of Douglas County and Elbert County right here. It would be this tornado warning right in this area. And so we'll continue to watch out for with that. Once again, Elizabeth, Ponderosa Park, and the Pinery, as well as Franktown. You guys need to get into your safe space right now in Colorado. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We also have or go for it.
I was gonna jump on the Centennial storm. So that storm is continuing to push off towards the north and east, still undergoing a cell merger, but it is continue to have rotation as it pushes off along Interstate 25 and eventually off of the interstate. Becoming a little bit more surface based now, as we can tell from velocities, and as we can also tell by the differential reflectivity, it looks like there's a little bit more of a arc coming to the surface. That particular storm is going to be heading up to toward the Colorado State Route 83 area. Fairfield, Cottonwood, those are two areas that are really going to be under the gun for tornadic potential. Centennial, you guys also need to be in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That's along 25. If you are in southeastern Aurora, east of Sullivan, east of 225, you need to be watching out very closely on the progression of this storm. You've got some time because these storms are moving very slowly. But if you are in Cottonwood, Foxfield right now, you guys need to be watching out for this particularly. So this would be impacting the Cherry Creek Reservoir area. If you guys are really anywhere near that, you need to be taking to your tornado shelters. That's south of Aurora. Just trying to look for some areas. Kingsborough, Heather Gardens, Dam East, West, Village East, Utah Park, Heather Ridge. These neighborhoods need to be watching out for this very closely. Denver Tech Center. You need to be taking to your safe spaces now as well. It's along 25.
I want to go back to Hemiota here real quickly. It looks like the velocities on this has weakened tremendously, which is the good news. But I think, on the other hand, it is primed to recycle immediately. I do believe this thing did produce a tornado. I do believe that it did produce a tornado near Hemiota. It actually looked like it had a pretty prominent debris signature on its approach to Hemiota. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas there in Canada, hopefully they got into a sturdy structure. But as of right now, it looks like it did go through that area as of this moment. This will be heading off towards the Oak River, the Rapid City, and the Cardale areas here in Manitoba, Canada. So if you know anyone that lives in those general vicinities, they also need to go ahead and get into some form of safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building.
Yowza.
Yeah, this thing's going to keep trying as much as possible.
Yeah, Ryan, I was going to just
make
I was just going to make a note. That is really low. That base is really low.
Yeah, it is really low.
I'm looking at your stream. I'm
about 7,000 feet in elevation.
Yeah. I mean, that's
the thing with the thing with Colorado.
Yeah.
That's also the thing with Colorado.
Yeah.
The LCLs may not be all that low, but in terms of proximity of elevation to the cloud layer, it narrows the gap quite a bit. So that's also increasing the potential for particularly large hail as that comes to the surface.
Yeah, this cell is a monster.
We're losing him a little bit. I just wanted to say here real quickly that there has been a picture of what looks to be a funnel cloud on its approach to Hemiota.
Yep, Timmer, of course.
Huh?
Timmer, of course.
We mean Timmer.
I saw. He's got he's right on it, like right on it.
Oh no, I was talking about Hamiota, Manitoba.
Oh, that.
Yes. There you go. This is from Instant Weather Manitoba. Instant Weather Manitoba. All right. So if you want to go follow them, you can. That right there is what you saw from that. And it looks like that is when it was starting to slither its way down to the ground. That's at 4:34. So that's a good bit of time. I think actually after it passed Hamiota, which is kind of interesting. So definitely something to note with that. All right, back to the live view from Ryan.
I'm trying to get out of here. There's so much traffic.
Yeah.
Look at radar.
Radar right now.
Right in the path of it.
Warning.
And that's some really large hail associated with this too. That's probably the unspoken truth with this. That's the new tornado warning.
Northwestern
Tornado warning for northeastern
Up there.
County in
Oh my
northwestern
gosh, the
Kansas,
traffic right now.
northwestern Decatur County.
Come on,
Ugh.
people.
Really? That?
Yeah, that is.
I mean, a little
tornado
bit.
warning.
It's moving northwest.
Oh my god, I'm so close to getting battered with hail right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would not be ideal.
Yeah,
gonna-
Ryan is in Colorado. He is specifically over near the Franktown areas as of this moment.
I don't.
Yeah, school's just getting out too. I saw a school bus pass me.
There's
This
the
is
new.
not good.
There's the
Not
new
good.
tornado warning right there. Decatur and
Hey.
Rawlins County in Kansas. You need to get in your safe space if you haven't already.
Hey Ryan, with all due respect, you may have a problem.
Yeah.
What's up?
You're not. You are either coring this or you're turning around.
I'm turning around and heading east, getting out of the.
Okay,
Getting out.
smart. Because if you're trying to get to Franktown to go north, you're going to lose a windshield, and I don't think that's ideal.
Yeah, no, I don't worry. I know what I'm doing right now, so just bear with me.
Good stuff.
Thank goodness he's not, gonna have a giant, hailstone the size of a meteor sitting in the front of his dash,
Not ideal right now.
Yeah.
Not ideal.
Yeah, I get that one.
Nate, if you want, do you have the spotter dot place file for GR2?
No.
Okay, well that's how I just looked at Ryan's location really quickly. Here, let me get this
Super
to you.
nasty signature right to my south, like super nasty.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Open up my street. If you
Oh,
have my
look at this
stream
right in front of him here,
please.
chat. That is some fog right
mean,
there. That
sure.
might be some hail fog that might be coming right in front of him. Look at this.
Yeah, I don't see any rotation with it. Thank goodness, because
It's hard to
exactly
say
where I'm
because the
heading.
aliasing.
Oh yeah.
I was
So, yeah,
getting you a
looks like-
profile, mate. Oh my god. Squirrel brain.
What was it? Something can't do anything efficiently. Something Morgan.
Not just me. Not just me. Try that.
Perfect. Thank you. That is some very ominous clouds right in front of you right there, Ryan. That is
Yes, but there is nothing rotating from what I can see. So
a lot of scud.
Yeah,
Just
very
scary looking
scuddy.
cloud.
yes, lots of scud.
A large and extremely dangerous cloud was located over Ryan's head.
Yes, very much so right now.
Yeah. But he is currently located just to the east of Franktown, and thank goodness he's no longer in Franktown, because if we go back to the radar, you can see that the radar is not having a fun time. There is a lot of noise being picked up, and potentially some very large hail associated with this too. We're talking potentially golf ball sized hail within the core of this storm. So, thank goodness that Ryan is no longer over near that area. But we've been telling you guys here. We've been telling you guys here that the Pinery, Franktown, all those areas over there, you guys need...
Look at that behind me.
Let's look over. Oh my goodness, that is...
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing's crazy.
Wow.
Look at that tail cloud.
I have no other words for it. It's just wow.
That is an intense storm right there. And a half.
Stop texting and driving.
I wasn't texting and driving. I still had my eyes on the road.
Yeah,
I
got you.
So.
And
I am in shock on how this looks. I'm gonna take Highway 13 north, so that should be able to get me a good.
Yeah, that would be from Elizabeth, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. So that makes a lot of sense. Once again, all right, we just got to reinforce the narrative. The Pinery, Ponderosa Park, Franktown, areas near Parker and east of Parker, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We also want to enforce there's another storm to the north and west of this one. This is over near the Centennial area. This is east of Centennial as well. If you live over there near Foxfield, Cottonwood, as well as areas over here near the Aurora Buckley Air Force Base, heading towards the Watkins area, and then Aurora as well as eastern Aurora, you need to get into your safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because both of these storms, in my honest opinion, could potentially be strong to severe, and they even, of course, the National Weather Service, you can see on your screen, has issued tornado warnings. As of right now, they don't look super tornadic, but eventually, I definitely could see them actually being tornadic as well. So you need to go ahead, watch out for that as closely as possible, and just please, please, please be safe if you're over in those areas. I want to talk about the tornado warnings that are over in Kansas before we move back up north to Canada, because there are quite a few storms that are tornadic, and they aren't just in the United States. We want to talk about here Greeley and Wallace counties, this tornado warning over here near Tribune. This one did have some good rotation with it, but as of this moment, it doesn't seem to be as significant. I would even go off and say that this thing, or the Mesocyclone, has kind of died off a bit. And so that's kind of the good news right there. If you're over along Highway 27 north of Tribune, it just doesn't really look too much like a tornadic thunderstorm. So I'd expect that one to probably expire here very soon. We also have the other tornado warning that is over in Decatur and Rawlins County in Kansas as well. That one has a little bit of rotation, but it is not super significant. So I wouldn't anticipate that to be all too, impactful in any way either.
Do you guys saw my stream open?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Coming up on this, I am in shock.
Oh wow!
How crazy it looks.
Wow.
I can't tell from where I am if there's a tornado on the ground or not, but there definitely could be in there. Yeah, obviously you can't tell.
Yeah, I I don't fathom trying to figure that out.
I'm not gonna try at the moment.
There's a time to F around and find out, and it's not now.
Yeah.
No, not with that.
At the moment, not with how dangerous.
Not with 3-inch hail.
No.
I'm good.
Is that what it's warned for right now?
No, but that's what radar picks.
Yeah, the
Okay.
It's a base severe, but I don't.
From prob severe, if it makes any sense, it says golf ball. So
That's fine. I'm fine with golf balls. Actually, no.
Actually, no.
I want to go back up to Canada real quickly because they have issued the new tornado warning for it. They did. And the wording is very interesting here. Quote, strong rotation is redeveloped on a thunderstorm 5 kilometers northeast of Oak River. This thunderstorm is moving east at 50 kilometers up to golf ball sized tail is accompanying this storm. This is a storm that, according to Environment Canada, is re-intensifying. And we showed you that funnel cloud earlier. We were talking about how it was more than likely producing a tornado near Hamiota. That ended up being the case. All right, there's a good chance that that thing was probably producing a tornado because other spotters saw at least the end of it that it was still doing things. And that is continuing to be the case here. We still have a storm that is tornadic, that is moving into the Cardale, the Oak River, and the Rapid City area. So if you know anyone that lives over there, I recommend telling them that they need to go ahead and get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I also want to recommend that if you're over in Manitoba, all right, Manitoba in Manitoba, Canada, you got a severe thunderstorm warning for a storm that is south of you all. I would watch out for that very, very closely, as well as how that interacts with the storm that's over in Cardale. That could be something interesting to note for a potential cell merger. So, all in all, this storm has had a history of being tornadic. It has. You need to be able to respond accordingly in this instance and make sure that you guys are safe. That is the big thing there. We want you guys to make sure that you're taking your proper precautions ahead of time. And when we tell you guys the town names and some of these areas that this is heading towards, we want you guys to go ahead and heed the warnings of the Environment Canada as well as the National Weather Service if you're in the United States. So, Cardale, Oak River, Rapid City, Basswood, as well as Manitoba. If you're over there, you need to get indoors, you need to stay away from windows, and get into the lowest innermost part of your building. That is what I would try to get across to everyone. Let's go back to Colorado. And this is going to be really interesting here because we have 2 storms that are currently warned for tornadoes. And they look absolutely insane. And we'll show you guys the live view here of what our storm chaser, Ryan Scholl, is doing up there. Look at this. Look at this view right here.
Again, guys, I am astonished. Never knew Colorado could do this, especially right near the mountains.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy stuff.
I know.
And what I would give to Chase right now is a lot. But as it stands, I'm glad that I'm not driving away from probably golf balls.
Yeah.
I'll let you do that. That's your problem.
Yeah, just let me deal with it. I'm an expert.
Yeah.
But I mean, this
Definitely.
is an intense storm right now that is marching its way across the board. And realistically speaking here, ladies and gentlemen, if you get a warning here today for any form of severe weather, you need to heed it. All right, you need to get into some form of sturdy structure, so that way you may be able to actually stay safe from these storms. All right, let's say this thing doesn't even produce a tornado. These storms are still going to produce golf ball sized hail. And I have seen on numerous instances to where golf ball sized hail has destroyed windshields. They have destroyed windows and siding. And I've seen instances to where people in houses have been right next to windows and they're thinking, well, the hail's not going to hit me because the hail's falling from the sky and there's no way the hail can, come in from the side. And yet a hailstone breaks that window right there. So you need to be able to get into a sturdy structure. You need to stay away from windows. And if you are under a tornado warning, you need to get into the lowest innermost part of that building as well. So that way you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible.
I am so close to this thing, guys. I've never seen anything like this before as a storm chaser. Ever. Hold on. I'm going to get you guys a view here in just a second.
Damn it, I'm jealous.
I just also want to mention this in the grand scheme of things as well. These storms will be heading off towards the Denver International Airport as well. So you guys need to watch out for that. All right, there you go. There's the view. Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah, anyone in the path of the storm needs to be underground now. Now.
Yep. That is, it almost looks like a wave. Like, an actual wave.
Yeah.
And you can see the condensation that's rising on that front part, the leading edge of that cloud, too.
Yeah, you can. There's a tornado in there.
Looks like there's that hill that's kind of blocking you a bit.
There might.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but I mean, that is an intense storm.
And I say that for one reason, Nate. Oh, Cody's chasing. He's on this storm too. Wow. I say that for one reason. If you look beyond all the de-aliasing, just to the southwest of it all, you've got a little discrete couplet hidden in rain. So, is there a tornado? Maybe. Will he see it? Probably not.
Yeah.
Because hail and rain, not a great combination. And if there's a hill, then yeah, no.
Ryan's right here at this circle that I just circled. And that's the storm that he's looking at. Tell me right now.
Insane storm. Insane storm for sure.
That is a heck of a storm. And I'll show you guys again. Wow, look at that. And just to add to Morgan's point, it does look like it is a bit more HP, high precipitation based. Also has a lot of hail fog, a lot of hail falling within that storm. So even if there is a tornado right there, I mean, he's one of the closest people to this storm, and he can't even see anything. So just to put that into perspective, that storms can kind of hide what's really lurking inside.
Deceptive.
It's very deceptive. Very deceptive. So.
These storms have taken over. That's a new tornado warning. So bear with me.
Yeah, we haven't heard it yet on our end.
Sorry if you heard the tornado warning.
There you go.
Tornado warning.
It's fine.
Northeastern Douglas County.
It just came through. There you go.
Ponderosa Park Refinery.
Albert County in east central Colorado.
So an extension there.
I
am going to make the note of these are bona fide right movers. These are established storms that are moving with the right mover motion. So this will be the stuff that produces the tornadoes if we do get any tornadoes. That being said, that storm that just went through Foxfield is probably producing some very significant hail and some damaging winds and not much else.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we are going to need to watch for the potential of spin-ups.
There's just a report that came in.
One warning. $50, I think.
Yeah, $50 sized hail.
Near Foxfield.
Yep.
So that, and then what's going on by Kansas.
We have right in front of me, we have a former, fellow chaser that lives in Colorado. More Pie is chasing this one.
Oh, that's kind of surprising.
Oh, jeez. That's a blast from a while ago.
Yeah.
That tornado warning in Kansas is not going to be a tornado warning very soon.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call that you started going east there as well, because if you kept going north, it would have been the same exact thing that was over with Franktown.
Yeah, I did not want to get there. So.
I want to go back up to Canada here real quickly. I know everyone's going to be like, Nate, you keep going to Canada. We don't care. We just care about Colorado. We care about the tornadoes that are over there in Colorado and Kansas. Listen,
it's also a new tornado warning. Extension for Aurora. Extension for Aurora and Watkins. So
listen. Well, we'll let you guys listen into this here real quickly.
Tornado warning.
New tornado warning.
Western Arapahoe County in northeastern Colorado. Southeastern Denver County in northeastern Colorado. Southwestern Adams County in northeastern Colorado.
So that's a new tornado warning for Denver County in Colorado. But I want to talk real quickly. the storm that is over near Cardale has weakened. It has. So that's the good news there. It's become more of a wind maker. We have this kind of bowing segment that's out in front of it, so a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind. And if you can imagine that at some point these storms were kind of a little bit more of, I don't want to say linear because that's not what it is, but if these storms were aligned more in a linear way, if winds are pushing in behind it, it can kind of bow out that line. And usually at the top part of that bow, which is right about here, is where the strongest winds are usually located. So as of right now, it doesn't seem like it's as tornadic as it once was, but it is still something to watch out for because this storm has went through this period of bowing out and becoming a strong damaging wind maker before, and then it ended up recycling and producing a tornado on the southeastern side. So will this area right here be able to recycle in time and end up trying to be tornadic? That'll be the big question here. So if you're in Rapid City, if you're in Minnedosa, if you're in areas near Franklin and Moore Park here in Manitoba, you need to watch out for this very closely for the fact that this thing has had a history of producing tornadoes. All right, we'll go back to Denver here. Fortunately, it looks like downtown Denver is going to be spared. That is indeed the case. The reason why Denver County is in this tornado warning is because the Denver International Airport is actually a part of Denver County. And you can see here.
That is something I've never quite understood. So if you outline actually the county border, Denver County literally extends just up to the airport and back. That's all it is. It doesn't really go much farther east beyond. In fact, Aurora is in a different county. That is not Denver County. Aurora is in its own county. So Denver County literally extends to the international airport and back, and that's the only reason that Denver County is in the warning.
Yeah.
So if you're in Metro Denver listening to this, you are all right. If you are in Aurora listening to this, you need to be in your tornado shelters.
Yes.
I was going to say, do be watching out for a bookend vortex with that storm at this point, I think is the biggest threat. On the, I don't know if it's a bookend vortex, actually, if it's the southern edge. But that southern end is where we're going to be looking if we're going to see a tornado with it right now.
We did see that, Sam. We did see that. Stuff in Arkansas earlier on today.
Yeah, weird stuff.
Yep. But we do have 2 tornado warnings right now here. These are the only 2 tornado warnings that are currently active in the United States. They are in Colorado. We do also have some other severe thunderstorm warnings that are localized into portions of Kansas, as well as central Colorado. We're talking west of Colorado Springs. If I pull up the Pueblo radar, there's a storm that is just to the west of Pueblo, so watch out for that. There's also a storm that looks to be something of interest. It is heading northwest, so consider the following. If you're in Teller County, specifically near Florissant and Lake George and Divide, could be a severe storm over there with quarter-sized hail heading off into your area. Right now, it's over the Cripple Creek and Victor areas, but it'll head towards Lake George and Florissant eventually, so watch out for that as well. But this is the main thing to watch right here. This kind of mess of 2 storms that are heading off to the northeast. We'll get you a live view here in a bit once the service starts to kind of get a little bit better. Unfortunately, once you get out into the middle of nowhere in Colorado, the service doesn't really exist. But
Really?
They
just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Pecos County in Texas, where it is 94 degrees at the surface. And apparently it's large hail. Apparently. Okay. That is a 3-body scatter spike. Very nice. Enjoy your time. If you are southeast of Pecos on United States Route 285, you need to be watching out for that. South of Barstow. And then going east on 20 towards Monahans. Enjoy your time.
Hey, Morgan.
What's up?
DMs real quickly. Lighter note. Let's talk about 394 to the catcher that would have been a home run in Nationals Park.
Two. Where's the other one?
Nah, maybe. It's possible.
Oh, you talk about weather. I'll go look.
Yeah, you can go look it up. We'll pull up the live view here again because now Ryan's stream is back and it is not cursed by any sort of service issues whatsoever, totally. And he is experiencing everything out there. I mean, look at that. It's just heck of a road. Looks like he's on almost a bit of a back road here. But look at how gray the skies are. I mean,
Statcast says 0, so consider 0 barks.
You can probably. Yeah, he is going out and about out there. And he is currently in northwestern Elbert County. He's actually heading now into portions of... What county would this be? I can't remember. I think this is Arapahoe County that he's heading into. Yes, Arapahoe County.
Thanks, Rat.
So he is currently trying to get away from the storm that is currently producing every large hailstone in existence. And you can see on the radar there is some broad rotation with this storm, so this thing definitely does look tornadic. Just as of right now, it doesn't seem to be doing too much. Fortunately, this storm is not going to be hitting anything, which is the good news. Not at least until it gets up to I-70, so we won't really talk about this storm too much, unless if Ryan actually gets a good view, which will be in a while because he's kind of running away from the storm at the bit. The storm's chasing him instead of him chasing the storm, if you know what I mean. And that happens with all the chasers, including myself, so that happens. Yeah, but there is another storm that is to the north and west of that.
Unless you're me, in which you're literally chasing the storms hopelessly, because that's all I do.
Yeah, that is true. We also have a storm that is northwest of that. This is going to be heading towards the Watkins area. So if you know anyone that lives near Watkins, realistically speaking, you guys need to get indoors and stay away from windows as well, because this one does seem to be a bit more of a significant storm. You can see a lot of these pinks and purples right in here. You see this? This indicates that there's a lot of noise coming from the radar, which tells me that there is a lot of hail. And with this large hail, can come with some strong damaging winds as well. And you usually don't want to see that if you're a chaser, because if that thing hits you, oh boy, you're not going to have a great time. You really are not. But what I can show you is this. This is what Ryan's got here again. And I mean, look at this view. I mean, that is a heck of a storm right there. That is a heck of a shelf. He's kind of a little bit behind it with all the rain, but you can see that there is clearly a shelf right in here with a hanging cloud and a bit of a horseshoe there as well. You can see the clouds kind of try to curl around like this. So if there was any rotation or any mesocyclone, it would be right in that area there, which is a little bit off. I would say this is a bit to the north of him. It's kind of hard to tell, but.
Oh my gosh.
Oh your gosh.
I think I might need to run from these.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'd say.
Oh, I didn't realize I connected back with you guys.
Ha! There it is. Yeah, you got a heck of a storm there. It looks to be creating a lot of rain even all the way around it. It's not as clear as it once was. Oh, that is a...
No, it's not. It's not as beautiful a shot.
The right motion is slightly west.
Ryan, I've got an interesting question for you. How does this, with all that rain that is around you, how does that affect storm chasing for you now? Like as a storm chaser? He muted himself. Unfortunate. I'll ask that again later, because I think that's a really interesting question to ask for people who are curious about storm chasing. I really do think that actually should be talked about a lot more often with what storm chasers actually go through. But he's got a really intense storm that is starting to kind of expand in all sorts of directions with its rain, making it a little bit more difficult for chasers to kind of actually see what's going on. So very interesting, but there's a lot of rain all the way around this. A lot of rain. I don't see anything that is starting to translate to the ground in regards to rotation. It does seem to be a little bit elevated, but that storm that he's on would be the one to watch. That would be...
Beg your pardon.
What are you...
Kansas, Nate. Sorry, on United States Route 83.
That would be Rexford.
What is that?
Selden! Why?
Cell merger, I think.
Do you guys remember what happened a couple of years ago in Selden?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Wow. Yeah, there was probably like, what was it, EF2, EF3 that occurred there? It was a real photogenic tornado that didn't hit anything. There's a photogenic multi-vortex that just started ripping up a lot of ground. And it was really crazy. But if you live in Selden...
EF1.
Was it an EF1?
It was a large multi-vortex EF1.
Yeah. It was a large multi-vortex. I knew that.
Half mile wide.
But if you live over in Rexford and Selden and Dresden here in Kansas, you're probably going to want to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Are you watching that video?
Wow. I'm not watching the video. I'm just seeing photos. Wow.
Yeah, it was a heck of a tornado.
Oh my gosh.
Whenever you can, try and find a video and then watch it later on, because it was an amazing tornado. I'll tell you what, that thing was crazy. My guess here with Selden, with this rotation here, it's a little contaminated. It's not just a little contaminated. It's very contaminated.
Let's try again.
It is very contaminated. So I wouldn't look at this at face value. But yeah, multi-vortex EF1. Yes, the enhanced
Correct.
Fujita scale is based off of damage and not based off of the actual winds.
And when it doesn't hit anything, then, you know, there's not really much damage to survey. But
yes,
there was footage of it. It was documented. It was a large tornado, multi-vortex, beautiful tornado. I'm seeing photos of it now. Just hit nothing. And, you know, I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on all day about how the scale is borked, but that's for a different day.
Yep. It looks like Canada's not going away, ladies and gentlemen. The storm is
closed radar scope.
It's trying again. It's a lot smaller than it once was, but it not only is just one, it has two. There are two storms. Fix
your issues.
That are right next to each other. This one right here and this one right here. And, yeah, both of them have a little bit of rotation. You can see the rain wrapping around. The bottom left-hand corner right here is where we'd watch out. So, literally, it's just the part where it hooks around. Kind of something like that. That is where you're going to want to watch out for something tornadic. So, we'll circle this.
Warning.
We shall circle this.
And it's Selden, so there you go.
That's classic. And we'll go to the velocities. We'll go back a scan because the velocity is actually updated. And there they are.
Tornado warning for northwestern Sheridan County in northwestern Kansas, southeastern Decatur County in northwestern Kansas.
Yep. So we talked about that Selden storm, how it probably was going to try to do something, and it's gone through a bunch of mergers. We'll see if this thing produces a little spin up, but definitely a strong storm heading into Selden, Kansas, and Leoville. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, Tommy, that's exactly it. You can have an EF5 that is out in the middle of the field and barely hits anything, and it be an EF1. That's exactly it.
Rather an F5 be in the middle of the field.
It would yeah, Morgan's right. It would technically be an F5 if it was in the old Vegeta scale.
Oh, you want a B war with a bookend vortex? What is that? north of 83.
You like jazz?
What is that?
Jeez. Let me turn off the spotters real quickly, because there are now a lot of thunderstorms that are starting to kind of form in that general area. By the way, Woodland Park might see some severe weather here soon as a severe thunderstorm warning or severe storm passed through Colorado Springs and tried to do some stuff over there. So I'd watch out for that. We're getting a ton of reports here, ton of hail reports from these storms. That is golf ball sized hail. So storms are doing exactly what I thought it would. It would produce some really large hail, be very sporadic. Now what I'm looking at here with Colorado, this is really interesting. This is really interesting. I think they are trying to undergo mergers, because if you take a look here, it looks like these storms out in front just formed out of thin air. I think these are going to try and merge with some of these other storms, unless these original tornado warned storms right here get out in front of that line. I don't see this really being as much of a tornado producing storm as of this moment. So that could be good news. That could be good news. But yes, it's got a way, I should say, to try and produce a tornado. It would be these storms here merging with the original tornado warned storms. There's a chance for a tornado to be on the ground for like probably a couple minutes. I wouldn't be surprised.
No more.
Yeah. I would not be surprised. But it looks like Ryan's dealing with the cell merger at the moment, because if you look at the screen here, Ryan is not having fun driving through all this rain. And I don't blame him. This is a lot of just rain. It's very difficult for people to drive in rain in general. And when you're trying to storm chase, you have to drive slower because of the rain. And that means that you're going to have a little bit more difficulties trying to get out in front of these storms. So those are kind of the after effects of that as well, of, you know, not being able to continue to be out in front of storms, because just storms continue to form all over the place and make life not the greatest for chasers. So he'll definitely be able to get back into it, though. I'm not too worried about it. All he needs to do is just punch through the big clump of rain and he'll be fine. He'll be able to get back out in front of it. I want to go back to Canada. And yeah, the cell. Yeah, wow. That is a new cell that just turned right. That is a right mover that went to Hallborough. Wow. So it looks like the old storm might be dying. Finally. Finally.
Took a bit. But
there's another one that is trying. Hallborough. That'll head to Wellwood and Helston and Edrins. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, I would watch out for that very closely as well. I think that could potentially be something tornadic. And here, I'll even show you guys the velocities. You can see right here, there is rotation. Grays moving towards the radar. Reds moving away. So right in the middle would be...
Why'd you say that so slowly?
Because I'm feeling a little slow right now. True facts. I might need some water.
Agua!
CCC, muy, muy, muy.
Tornado warning continues for Watkins County. Excuse me, not Watkins County. That's not how it works. Watkins, period.
Mm-hmm.
Try that again.
Yeah, this would
Should
definitely
only
be
be
one to
for-
watch.
Should only be for Adams and Arapahoe.
Can you talk about that cell real quickly?
Colorado. And it is only for Adams and Arapahoe. They cut the warning out of the international airport because they said enough of this.
Yeah.
If you guys are in Watkins, you guys need to be getting into your safe space for 2 reasons. 1, you are in a tornado warning. There's the potential for a tornado. Tornadoes are bad. Number 2, lot of heavy rain, a lot of large hail going to be coming down. KDP is off the charts. That's an ouch. 9.5 degrees per kilometer KDP. That's a lot of heavy rain, ladies and gentlemen. That is 2.5 degrees off the charts.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, if you thought, frankly, that hail was going to be significant enough, you will not be able to see anything in that rain. Not a thing. So Be sure that you are getting into an underground shelter at this point, away from windows. That's west of Bennett on Interstate 70. That needs to be watching out for that. In addition, if you go to the south a little bit, south of Watkins and Bennett, along whatever highway that is that everybody's currently on. Not showing up on GR2. Still got a tornado warning down there as well. The cell that was in Ponderosa Park and the cell that Ryan is on as we speak. So we'll be watching out for that as well. Tornado precautions, underground or lowest airmost part of your building. A lot of damaging wind looks like to be evolving with this as well. Just looking at the newer scans. Excuse me.
If you guys are enjoying the content so far, by the way, please be sure to leave a like, because it does help us out a lot. So thank you guys so much for doing that. If you haven't already, even subscribe. But leaving a like helps share the information out with more and more people on YouTube. And that's what we want to do.
Algorithming.
Yep.
Land spout reported in Bowdoin. There you go.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you so much.
Alberta. Alberta. Chiefs signed Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
No, I'm serious, Morgan. The Chiefs have signed Lamar Jackson. Oh boy. I'll tell you what. We were having fun.
I forgot the Knicks play basketball tonight.
You'll be fine.
We're gonna lose.
You're in Weld County and everything's turning a bit black. That doesn't make any sense because it definitely is still daytime for you guys, and it is bright as all get out outside where I live, which is over in southern Pennsylvania.
Put out the fire.
Yeah, put out the fire. Put that fire out. And meanwhile, in Selden, we've got a lot of stuff happening over there.
What is going on with that?
I wish I could tell you. It looks like a lot of contamination, but there is definitely some...
Source, trust me, bro.
It looks like there is... I mean, there is rotation. You can clearly see greens and blues moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. You can see it there. It is slightly contaminated, though. But there is a reason why it is tornado warned. So Selden, Leoville, Dresden, Jennings. If you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. They just edited that severe thunderstorm warning now. Is that another storm? Is that more contamination? That is more contamination, so that is kind of fun. I also want to say here real quickly, I'm going to play this loop. Look at this outflow boundary right here, chat. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at how crazy weather physics is. It almost looks like a shockwave, doesn't it?
Give it its flowers. And look at the stuff that's developing near Ray because of it. Really, a lot of storms just been developing along that boundary in extreme northwest Kansas.
Yeah.
No. Eastern Colorado as well.
And what this is doing is this is creating a bit of cold pooling. So you can see out in front of whatever direction an outflow boundary heads towards, you usually see there is a lot more stuff that gets channeled out in front. And then behind it, you can see you have residuals, which is your cold pooling. So on one side, you have a bunch of warm air. On the other side, you have a lot of cold air. And so whenever you see outflow boundaries like this, and they're heading away from storms, anything that is inside here on the left side of these storms, if there were to try to be rotation, it wouldn't be able to sustain because there's no moisture there. But it would be able to if it was on the right side, these ones over here, because there is constant moisture going north as well that is fueling these storms. Although it doesn't look like that a little bit because there is that outflow boundary right there. So maybe not these ones over here in Winona and Oakley. It would only be this one up here near Selden that could potentially try to be tornadic. So I guess we'll have to see. But we do have an outflow boundary that is extending from that. How far that outflow boundary actually goes, I don't know. Radar doesn't go that far. The quality of it at least sucks the further away you get. So I feel like that's a dust statement, but you know, you have to say that. Speaking of outflow boundaries, look at this. Canada still is having fun. It just continues to not disappoint, huh? Oh, what in the world?
They just axed both the tornado warnings. You're going to let them expire in Colorado.
Yeah. Not too surprising with that one. Looks like parts of Winnipeg is in a severe thunderstorm watch, which is kind of interesting. I wonder if this will eventually get to Winnipeg. Honestly. Can you imagine us covering severe weather for Winnipeg? Recommended by the hockey guy from Disappointed Oiler Fan. Oh, that's pretty cool. How you have managed to find this channel.
What is this?
How you have managed to find this channel, I don't know, but we talk about weather on this channel, and the other one that we do.
Here's the other thing we do, other than freak out at unnecessary levels about sports teams.
Yeah.
Bonkers.
But thank you so much for the subscription. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, good to see you here.
Yeah, it looks like the storm that's heading into Bennett is not as significant. Although they probably should issue a severe thunderstorm warning regardless. Just a base severe thunderstorm warning. Colorado storm moving east or north? More north. North-northeast.
At this point, I may disagree. Fairly northeast directionally.
North-northeast.
Well, the southern edge is moving more northeast. Northern edge is moving more north-northeast. There you go. Saw somebody ask if there's going to be sports tonight, and the answer is probably not.
No.
But I am going to have the Knicks game on at the side when it comes on.
I'm also going to have the Orioles game on the side as well, but... Will there be more sports? Yeah, just as Morgan said. Not on this channel. Although we do talk about it every now and then. We do talk about it a little bit on this channel, but this channel here is more oriented for meteorology, weather, tornadoes, stuff like that. And we want to make sure that we uphold by that standard. But we will probably call another hockey game. It just probably won't be... It probably won't be tomorrow either, because there's the threat for significant tornadoes tomorrow, which I haven't showed you guys that.
Really?
I haven't showed you guys that, have I?
Yep. Weather spotters confirmed Selden. That is a tornado reported. Tornado in progress. Selden.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 miles and just north of Selden.
Yeah. So once again, Leoville, Dresden, Selden, Jennings, U.S. Highway 83, State Highway 383, as well as State Highway 23 there in Kansas. You need to get in your safe space right now. Confirmed tornado is heading off into your area. This is confirmed by weather spotters. And just to remind you, the impacts include flying debris, which would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, or damaged or destroyed in this instance, because we don't know the extent of how significant the tornado is at this time. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This will be near the Dresden area at 5:45 and at Jennings near 6:05 in Central Daylight Time. So once again, tornado warning over here for Decatur as well as Sheridan counties. Confirmed tornado is heading off towards Dresden and Jennings. Do we plan on doing football in the fall? Tune in for that 100%. I plan on doing most, if not all, of the away Ravens games on that channel. I'll be calling those. Mainly the ones that are at home would be the ones that I would actually be at.
2 minutes.
I'd be in Baltimore for that. So you get to see Ravens fan die inside. Morgan is also a Giants fan, so we'll also be doing that as well, making him want to cry. But yes, we'll do football, do hockey, we'll do basketball, and we'll even do baseball as well. So, because we like all those sports. But yeah, the Jackets are cursed. We've never won a draft lottery, ever, in the history of ever. We have never won anything, except for the first round in 2019. Well job. Tornado reported 2W and just north of Selden. That makes total sense. No idea what that report was supposed to be about. Tania with the 9, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Let me actually update this. Georgina with the 4.5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. But yeah, once again, this is a confirmed tornado. It's heading towards Leoville and Dresden. If you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Nate, I'm gonna eat here, so I'm gonna mute. But if you need anything, just mention.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I could talk about the Columbus Blue Jackets all I want, but the fact of the matter is that if you guys wanted to see my live reaction, I will give you guys my account for you guys to look at, which, by the way, almost has 1,000 views, which is pretty crazy. That is pretty whack. So if you want to go, like and subscribe, and watch my live reaction to us not getting Connor Bedard, which, by the way, I didn't even hear Kevin Weeks say that Columbus fell off. I didn't hear that. I was too busy talking over him. So. But if you want to look at that, or if you want to follow me for sports content, unfiltered, more or less, go to that. I want to go up north again. I want to take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning up north. And it might actually be better for us to use the Woodlands Manitoba radar, KASWL. Would it be better for us? Yeah, there is some rotation still on that. Wow. So this would be near Wellwood and Gregg, as well as Edrins and Firedale, or Furdale. And this will be heading towards the Katrine, the McGregor, the Austin, and the Bagot areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there in Manitoba, I recommend you guys go ahead and watch out for this very, very closely. I do. Cale Makar is the guy on the top screen, right? That's pretty funny. That is definitely not Cale Makar up there. Let's go back to the confirmed tornado that is over here. Once again, Leoville, Dresden, and Jennings here in Kansas. You guys have a confirmed tornado. That'll be in effect until the top of the hour. So another 23 minutes here until this tornado warning expires. This is Dresden, and this is Jennings, and this is in the southeastern portions of Decatur County here in Kansas. It looks to me like Sheridan County is going to start moving out of it here very soon. It is right on the border, and it is just kind of planting itself over the intersection of Highway 83 and Kansas Highway 383. So if you know anyone that lives in those general areas, you might want to actually, you might want to actually seek shelter because of the fact that this thing has had a history of producing a tornado as well. So something to note with that. What's up, Flyers fan? Nice to see you again. Same thing with El Nordiques. Hello, hello. What's up? Nice to see everyone from the other stream drop by at the other channel. Thank you so much for supporting as well. It looks like this thing might be recycling. It looks like we had a little bit of rotation with the storm that just kind of has moved around. My understanding here, at least from a radar perspective, is that there was a bit of rotation that developed right around here, somewhere around there. It's very difficult for the radar to kind of pick it up because of how messy it looks. But that is what I'm thinking right there. It eventually evolved into, which you can actually see. This appears to be a bit more of a tornadic threat at the time. So that explains why they thought there was a tornado in progress right there. And then as this has moved off towards the north and east, you can kind of see that old rotation has kind of died. There's a new one that's kind of developing in behind where a lot of the strong damaging winds are surging. So right now it looks like a big windy threat, but there very well could be back behind the surging of this wind. So probably right in here somewhere. My guess is somewhere in here. My guess specifically actually would probably be this one, northeast of the intersection of Highway 383 and Highway 83. That is where I would guess the potential for something tornadic could be. I don't think it's on the ground as of right now, but I do think that this could probably be where severe weather could be localized. And they have updated this warning. Let's see specifically as to where they think this is. This is located 4 miles northeast of Selden, which would be right here. So that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So we're still talking about Leoville, Dresden, and Jennings, Kansas. If you're in these areas, you need to continue to seek shelter. You need to stay away from windows, as a tornado-producing storm, a storm that has had a history of producing a tornado, is going to be moving through your area, and you guys need to stay away from windows, put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. So essentially get in the innermost part of your building. Ryan just posted a new stream because his old one kind of crashed a little bit. So
Yeah, it definitely did.
so if you want to go take a look at our Storm Chaser's new stream, he's currently trying to catch up with the storms and go around all the main body of rain. So we will see him again, no doubt. But if you want to see his stuff over there that is in the chat right now, go like that one up so that we can help get him onto the algorithm as well. But that's our other Storm Chaser out there. The good news is that there's not really a whole lot of people that live in some of these parts. We're starting to get into the middle of nowhere, and we're calling towns, a lot of towns. But regardless, I mean, there probably will be at least a town that could sneak into one of these warnings in general. That is an 81 mile per hour wind gust report from Mesonet over 5 miles south of Selden. So that was a bit ago. And yeah, I mean, that had some very strong damaging winds with that. Will the tornado hit Denver at some point? Fortunately, it looks like the storms have started to move away from Denver. It is now just to the east of Denver is where most of these are at. So that is the good news. Someone reported golf ball sized hail in downtown Denver. How? I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. But they probably just said middle of Denver County and didn't really think too much of it. But it looks like a lot of these storms, if we play the loop, right? So here's Denver. A lot of these storms are either heading northeast, northeast, or a bit more north. So a lot of these storms are starting to kind of head away from the Denver metro. There could be a couple storms to watch out for that's south of Denver that might try to head up, but I don't think these ones are going to be super significant. So I wouldn't think too much of it as of this moment, but still continue to, pay attention to the National Weather Service on the off chance they do issue some things. But there was a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued here in like the Adams and Arapahoe County areas. Let's go down to Pueblo's radar because we have a storm that is going to approach Colorado Springs here eventually. And this is moving northwest. Look at this. Storm forms down here near Pueblo, and it just starts to surge more. It looks like this could eventually head towards the Colorado Springs area. If you know anyone that lives in Colorado Springs, I would kind of just let them know that this could eventually head off towards their area as of this moment. I wouldn't say, that this would be, the most significant thing in the world, because to be completely honest with you, we don't know. We don't know until it actually gets there, but we want to let people know that things could be severe regardless. And if you live in Fountain, in Wigwam, as well as Stratmore and Colorado Springs here in Colorado, you guys are probably going to want to get indoors. You're probably going to want to stay away from windows. Let's see. Let's go back over to... oh, that is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. That is a damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So damage threat destructive, that is a 3 out of 3 on the severe weather or severe thunderstorm warning scale for 80 mile per hour wind gusts, which is what we reported earlier.
People hiding under overpasses right now.
Smart, isn't it?
Yeah, not
Totally.
really.
Totally.
I mean, if they want to, I can't stop them.
Yeah. But Yeah, it's a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning. If you live, all right, we're just going to start calling out counties here. If you live in Norton, Sheridan, and Decatur counties, you have a damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for another hour for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That is stronger than hurricane force winds. Stronger than hurricane force winds, which is pretty crazy. So, if you know anyone that lives in those areas, need to get indoors, need to stay away from windows. And in my opinion, I really do believe that damage, threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of comparable to tornado warnings in a way, because they just produce some very strong, for reference, what is it? Is it 84, 85 miles per hour for it to be EF1?
I'm gonna be passing the Dominator.
Oh, you are?
Destructive criteria is 80.
Like, right about now.
There it is. I was talking about, like, if you were to compare it to the enhanced Fujita scale.
Oh.
Enhanced Fujita scale. Yeah, 86 to 110. That's not far away from something comparable to an EF1 tornado. So you got to consider that, with a storm that is going to be creating some intense winds within that, you can't help but think that storm needs to, people that are going to be impacted by the storm need to take it seriously. All right, new mesoscale discussion. It has been issued for the entire tornado watch. So that includes portions of northeastern Colorado, northwestern Kansas, and southwestern Nebraska. Scattered supercells ongoing along the Front Range and into western Kansas and Nebraska will continue to pose a risk for large hail. Through the evening, a couple of tornadoes will also remain possible as low-level shear increases this evening.
Nice little view of the storm here on my stream. Whatever, like, MCS client it is.
Yeah. We'll show you the live view there from Ryan.
Okay.
There you go. And where are you at right now, Ryan? Because I know you've been moving along.
Let me see. I am near Byers, Colorado.
Byers. Oh, there you are. You're all the way up there. Yeah, you're north of Byers. Yeah. Hey, you're in good position up there.
I agree.
Yeah, so there's the storm. There's where Ryan is at. If I pan over, there you go. So Ryan's right there. There's the body of the storm, and it's just a lot of hail in that. I mean, you can tell.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to the storm right to my east. It's like very low precip, but it looks okay.
Right, exactly. And I think that one is going to be one that you probably should watch as well, because at least according to the algorithm from GR2, and as I look at it a little bit more, I kind of agree. It looks like that thing does have some elevated rotation. So I do agree. Yeah. If you want, that one could definitely be something to watch, maybe even pursue. Petro is on that one. He is, as well as every other chaser, of course. But Jeff Petrowski is out near that area.
Jeff Petrowski.
Yeah, classic. And it looks like a lot of people are kind of just hustling to get over to that area as well. So yeah, Jeff Petrowski's over in that area. And yeah, it definitely looks like that one probably would be a storm to watch out for. So yeah, good call, Ryan. If you want to chase that one, feel free to do so. It does have a good updraft according to ZDR. I think that thing could probably intensify.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit here for a few more minutes and try to figure out what I want to do.
You could try and come in behind it and then try to head north. I don't know, maybe on 71. If you try and like overshoot it on last chance and then like just book it north.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Do that, definitely. Yeah.
But I mean, he's got some really interesting activity over there. And this is what I'm talking about here. This is what Ryan was looking at. So as I said, Ryan is right here. This is where he's at. And he's got a storm right behind him right here that is trying to become tornadic. This would be something to watch. This is the huge mass that he's looking at right now. And he's kind of just wedged in between the two. So
It just warned Strasbourg.
Hey, I got a tornado warning.
Yes, you do. That is correct.
Tornado warning
That
Central
storm
I don't know
Oregon,
exactly where it is
northeastern
because
Colorado,
Where are you right
south-central
now?
It's to my,
Adams County in northeastern Colorado.
oh, they warned the storm to your west.
Fires.
West.
Yeah.
They warned the storm to your west.
Oh, okay. Oh shoot, yeah. Just have to watch from the south, I guess, and kind of see what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
There's not much. It's
It would be
very
nice
hard,
though if it would stop focusing on my windshield, right?
Nah. I'm more surprised that they haven't really done a whole lot with that storm to his east. Because I really think the storm to his east would probably be the best thing, the best storm in this entire environment to try and produce a tornado. I really do.
Yeah, I might try to get in position and hopefully maybe get a view of it. I don't know if it's in.
Question, Colby storm moving east or north? That's a good question. Let me take a look and answer that here for you. That storm in Colby appears to be moving both north and east. I'll show you here. You can kind of see that you have some storms that are moving north, and then this line right here that materializes is kind of moving northeast. So it's kind of both. This line back here is moving northeast. So we could be talking about some big time flooding over there for Colby. There's already a flash flood warning with reports of 6 to 7 inches deep across the curb of a country club near the cemetery. I guess there is the cemetery over there in Colby. So something to consider over with that.
I think I see what they're talking about now. Maybe some sort of lowering just to my southwest.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, it looks like that storm to your east is starting to look a little teeny bit better aloft. If it could just translate down to the ground.
Yeah, I can still go after it. It's pretty almost rain free. So
Yeah. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I'm not saying that the stuff along the line isn't gonna do anything, but I mean, it's been merging. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too convinced, but I'm still watching both storms for everything.
You take what you can get.
Exactly. So the urge right now to just run outside and grab a tumbleweed because I've seen millions of them is very high.
There's the view that Ryan's got for the people who want to watch. That's Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. on YouTube. Let's see if I can actually get a link so that, there you go. So back in the chat. Once again, if you want to go see his stuff, there's the link to his YouTube right there. Please be sure to go like his stuff up over there. Try and grow his channel. And if you want to follow him on Twitter, please be sure to do that as well. There you go.
That would be awesome. I would appreciate it. No, I do agree. It looks like a little bit of a wall clock, chat.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing impressive yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just some whack stuff, I'll tell you what.
You guys are. Yeah. I'll also give you guys a view of why I have two.
Mm.
Which is kind of all right. Nothing impressive. Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Getting a good amount of inflow, which means I'm getting sand in my car.
So once again, looking at Ryan's live shot. Ryan's right here. And he's looking south at a tornado warning right now. Storm that is tornado warned, I should say. And he's also got a storm to his east that might try to become tornado warned as well, or tornadic in general. But I mean, you can see off of his live view right now, he's got a lowering of some sort. Just what that is specifically is to be determined. So, but that is what he's got. Big lowering over there. Might see something if it continues to try and materialize. I mean, there is a little bit of rotation on it, just a little bit, but it probably could be a bit of convergence more than anything. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, I agree. It's throwing CG bolts quite well though. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look at that, chat.
Oh, there we go.
Yep, no problem, 737. We haven't really covered Denver, fortunately, a whole lot, because I'm going to be honest with you, there hasn't really been a whole lot of tornadic activity near Denver as of recent. Nor has there been really in all of ever. It's all been east of it. So that's a tumbleweed that just went across. But
yep. Oh, 737's in my chat now.
Yeah. Go follow Ryan. The links are all in my chat.
Wow.
Help grow his stuff.
Tumbleweed.
Battle of the Tumbleweeds. Big time stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Hello, monkey. Nice to see you in chat.
Ah, my eyes are getting dry. Ah. Confirmed tornado warning has expired.
It is the top of the hour, isn't it?
It is.
Is it? It's already.
It's 7 o'clock in the Superior time zone.
It was over in Selden, the confirmed tornado warning over in Selden, Kansas. Also, a damage threat, destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Ray, Colorado.
Yeah.
For baseball size sail. if you're over in those areas, you might want to get indoors and stay away from windows as well. That's a lot of dust that's absolutely streaming across your screen right there.
Tornado warning for
I'll do something
Central
funny.
Morton County in northwest
Yeah.
Kansas, Central Decatur
I was
County,
thinking, I don't know, maybe,
Kansas.
is that just, you know, outflow boundary, or is that land spout that's trying to develop or something like that? I don't know.
They issued a new tornado warning for it.
That was kind of awesome. Not gonna lie.
Storm chaser Ryan Shaw intercepting tumbleweeds.
Yeah, it didn't hurt when it kind of hurt when I grabbed it though. Not gonna lie.
I saw that. There it is.
I thought that was awesome.
Colorado is a beautiful state. Wow.
Yes. Agree with you on every degree there. Yeah, lots of dust.
I was about to say
Getting
something
kicked
that
out.
doesn't make any sense.
Looks like that storm that's to the east of you is now undergoing a bunch of mergers. Somehow there's been more storms that have formed out of thin air.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on.
Shoal.exe has stopped working.
Yeah, service. Service is helpful. Quite. We are losing him to the robots. New damage threat, considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Adams, and that is Morgan County. So, if you guys live over there, 2-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts seem to be possible as that heads up towards the Hoyt area. Tornado reported in Alabama. Alabama needs to consider. I was thinking of that too, Slippy, but then it just was when you were talking about Deer Creek or a Deer Trail. I was thinking of that too, but I saw the storm southeast of it, and I was like, maybe not the greatest idea in the world.
Whoa, okay. So I think you guys might want the view of my side.
You know what? I think there might be a new tornado warning that gets issued north of you, Ryan. I'm going to be honest with you.
If you look
Yeah.
the other vents.
Ooh. Yeah. Ryan, I would watch for that. I think there might honestly be something tornadic
Cell merger.
from a cell merger north of you. I'd watch out for that.
Yeah.
Tornado warning for Central Arapahoe County in northeastern Colorado, South Central Adams County in northeastern Colorado.
That is a new
Not
tornado.
sure.
And that's your new tornado warning, and that is.
You guys are gonna have to tell me where that is.
Yeah, that new tornado warning just got issued right over the old one. How that makes sense, I don't know. But
Is one of them about to expire? No. Okay, try again.
But yeah, I do think that the storm that is north of you, Ryan, I think that one could potentially try to produce a tornado. So I'd watch out for that. That is, it's not currently tornado warned, but it is a severe thunderstorm warning for Adams and Morgan County.
Hey, Nate.
Yes.
something to pique your interest a little bit, maybe.
Oh?
Look at Woodland radar. Look all the way north towards Lamar, Nebraska. And you look at velocities. Look up in tilt a little bit.
Well, we'll be looking up pretty high at that point. 12,000. 8,700 is not bad.
It's not. I wonder. I wonder what the actual view on that is, regardless of what's happening at the ground, like how the storm looks.
It looks like a left mover, isn't it?
Almost, sort of.
If it's a left mover, that's anticyclonic rotation.
It's not strictly a left mover, I don't think, as of now.
It is elevated, though. Definitely is elevated. I can confirm with that. Yeah, it says possible tornado, even though it says a spotter port of a tornado.
Dead.
I'm gonna go back to that Denver thing. Storm that's heading off into Hoyt, and yeah, it really does look like it could be trying to produce a tornado. So if you're in Hoyt, if you are in Hoyt here in Colorado, might be a good idea for you guys to get indoors and stay away from windows. There is a lot of chaser conversions down there on what's its face on 36. That is a consider the following moment. I'll tell you what. Yeah, we'll look at Ryan's footage here real quickly to show you guys what he's looking at. He's looking north. Storm. Will it actually do something? That's the real question. I think it will. I think there's a lot of rain with it, but I think that you could potentially get some spin up along with that. Yeah, there are a couple chasers around that. That is a nice view looking off to the north.
I agree. It's gonna try to do something that's as long as we collide with the other storms, though. So
That's pretty cool, Juliana. Juliana. Probably Juliana. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna go back to Woodland, Kansas' radar. See if I can pick up something else. I don't see a whole lot more that is tornadic in the general area near I-70, so that's good. And looking up into Decatur County where that tornado warning was issued, there really isn't a whole lot on that either. I just see a lot of strong damaging winds, so you're not really missing too much. The feed that we have from Ryan is practically the only thing that is really going on at the moment. And that looks like almost looks like a wall cloud a little bit. Not sure. Doesn't look like it's, it might be rotating. Who knows? Looks like a lot of convergence, I'll tell you what. It definitely does look like a lot of convergence. Just updated there. Yeah, what is that? I wonder. That is some weird looking stuff that has happened right there. Trying to see if I can associate this with anything. There's a lot of vorticity on that area where he's looking towards. I'll tell you what, a lot of vorticity. And I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at here. We're looking at spectrum width. He's right down here. All right, so right at this circle. And he's looking kind of northeast, which is where this is. All right, there is a lot of vorticity in that general area from what I can tell. Just does it match up with anything? That's the real question. My guess is if you were to try and get something, obviously you would have to be up here. But you would also have to look through all of that rain in order to get to that point. The other thing, maybe, would be something down here as well. But I mean, that's just starting to look a little bit more unlikely with that. So we're going to go through the same song and dance of just mergers. These storms colliding with each other and just doing anything. But yeah, it's kind of what we got. That's an interesting storm. Doesn't make any sense, but that's an interesting storm right there. North of Kiowa. It looks like it has rotation with height. Not sure if this would be associated as something tornadic though, but I mean, yeah, it definitely looks like it has rotation. That'll be heading off to the north and east. And it is just barely to the southwest of the tornado warning. That'd be something to watch. But man, that storm that's heading towards Hoyt is creating a lot of strong damaging winds. I mean, look at this. That is a lot of damaging winds surging along with that. But fortunately, if I take radar away, you can kind of see it's not really impacting a whole lot of people, which is the good news. So I have no idea what Charles Peak is doing all the way back over there. I guess he just hasn't updated his spotter network dot in a while. I guess. Brad Arnold's all the way over there. What is he doing over there? I mean, I guess. Oh, is that the outflow boundary? That looks to be a outflow boundary. Wow. Have you missed anything? We've not really too much. Missed some views. Interesting views. But you haven't really missed too much. Look back at Canada. See if I can find stuff up there. There's a cell or two, but it doesn't really look all too significant. We'll see how they look as they get towards Winnipeg. We shall see how they look once they get towards Winnipeg. give me a second here real quick.
Little interesting on radar.
Yeah, yeah, there's a storm
I don't know.
There's that one, and then there's another cell that's south of that, actually southwest of that, that also might have a little bit of rotation there. But these storms like this that move north, they're always pretty difficult to kind of figure out what's going on with them, because they're not what you're typically used to. You would think, oh, just rotate everything to the side, you know, tilt your head or whatever. It's not the case. But yeah, I do see that as well. I don't see a whole lot with that being tornadic, but
Yeah, I do that. Nothing.
it's got a huge elevated mesocyclone though, so I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
What boundary am I looking at? This one right here.
New tornado warning. 37 miles east of Denver, or maybe it's just updated. Yeah, it looks like it's just updated.
That could be the case. Ugh, stretch. Show you guys the live view for a little bit so you guys can kind of see. A lot of storms out in front of him that he's trying to... I see a little bit, could be the backside of an updraft potentially, but I mean, it's not a strong one.
Sorry, I'm kind of occupied with a few things at the moment, so that's why I'm kind of quiet.
It's fine. That storm that's over near Hoyt, it's trying its best. Looks like it might be creating a vortex hole. Maybe. Looks like it could be trying. It looks like it's interacting with a lot of that anvil precip from the other storm, and the precip is just wrapping around.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
Quite a few people that's on that northern side. They're trying to see it, and they're trying to look through all that rain. Meanwhile, I think everyone else is trying to head north on 71.
What it looks like.
So here's the latest scan of that storm from Hoyt. You guys can see supercell, rain trying to wrap around on the bottom side, but you can kind of see how the forward flank is just having issues. Usually it doesn't bump out like that. It's supposed to just curl all the way around and then wrap. You know, if you think like a supercell like this, right? So you want it to curl all the way around and wrap, but it's not. It's kind of lagging behind a little bit, kind of like that. And that's not very healthy for a supercell. You want a supercell to kind of be...
The Dominator's behind me. What the heck?
Reed is behind you?
Yeah, Reed's behind me.
You're being chased.
Yeah, you are being
I'm
chased.
chased by Reed Timmer.
I didn't know you were such a hot commodity, my guy. Come on.
It happens.
I am.
That's pretty funny that you're being chased by Reed.
Yeah, there's one car behind me, and then it's Reed. But still, that is the most hilarious thing.
It's not the first time you've seen Reed today.
Yeah. Oh, wait, is that Reed? It looks like the Dominant. Maybe it isn't Reed. Never mind. I don't think it's Reed. It just had the same looking light. Oh well.
Yeah, there's a rotation or two. The one that's I was talking about earlier has died, so that's good. At least for the time being. And I meant the one that was the furthest southernmost severe thunderstorm warning, north of Kiowa. That one's died. The one near Hoyt is considering the following because when you merge with every single thunderstorm, you have to die a little bit. The storm that's on 71 is starting to build a mini supercell north of Last Chance heading into Woodrow, which is kind of funny because the people who are already on 71 are seeing what's happening right in front of them. So that's very interesting. Yeah, I don't think Brad Arnold knows what he's looking at. I'm gonna be honest. When Brad Arnold doesn't know what he's looking at, you know things are getting crazy.
I don't even know where Brad Arnold is.
That's
Speaking
classic.
of another great sign, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a truck behind you? Like a black truck?
Yeah, why?
I think the person behind you is Brandon Kopic.
Why do you see a blue Ford Fusion?
Doesn't look like a Ford Fusion.
Because my car's blue, so you should be able to see it really well.
Well, the truck's blocking up a lot of the screen.
Oh.
They're going up a hill right now, which is what you just went up. So that kind of leads me to believe that.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda been Brandon Kopic.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, this severe cell just to the north of me really has my interest. Yeah, Brandon is behind me right now, actually.
That's what I thought. That's kind of funny.
I know.
Yeah, it looks like that storm that's near Woodrow is trying to break the cap. It is trying its hardest to kind of bust through. Of course, the other storms have, but can this supercell like maintain out in front with like no other storm to merge with it? It's gonna be really interesting.
Oh, it is Brandon. I can see it. Brandon.
That's pretty funny.
He is flying. right now. Like, I mean, he is flying.
Booking it.
I don't blame him.
Gotta do what you gotta do as a chaser.
Yeah.
Silver Cliff, Colorado.
I've literally seen Brandon every last chase I've been on, too. So I think it's fun.
Yeah, Petro's booking it north. So right now, there's not really a whole lot to do, chat. Not really a whole lot of stuff. We're kind of just waiting for storms to kind of not be stupid and...
You want to know what there is?
Don't even... No. Stop. No! Morgan, we didn't come for your depression. We came for weather.
10 minutes.
Yeah, okay. The fortunate thing is a lot of these storms are out in the middle of nowhere, which is amazing. Which is the reason why we also haven't been talking a whole lot. Because there's just, these storms haven't been hitting anyone. That's amazing. Eventually, Fort Morgan might have to watch out. Fort Morgan, Colorado. If you know anyone that lives near Fort Morgan, they may need to prepare for some severe weather. That is a new tornado report in Dresden, Kansas from the old tornado warning that got reported. It was just to the north of town. So it went from Selden. Yeah, it went from Selden and it went to the northern portion of Dresden. So it looked like it actually went north and paralleled 383 and 83 the entire way. So very interesting with that. The other thing that's pretty interesting is that Colby is getting dumped. They're about to get another thing of rain here. I mean, we're going to be talking about some pretty significant flooding that is over in Colby, Kansas. A reminder to anyone, if you ever see flooding, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because they can actually become a lot deeper. They can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. You know, it's just... weather is that way. Weather kind of, you know, it's pretty crazy. Misleads you a lot. So, all right. Not that the stream is over. It is far from over. But we want to remind you that we also are going to be streaming tomorrow because the 10 sig tornado threat tomorrow, 10% chance for tornadoes. And that also comes with a 10% chance for significant tornadoes as well. So if you know anyone that lives over in the portions of Kansas and Oklahoma, as well as the surrounding areas, might be something to watch out for very closely.
Yeah,
we go. But yeah, that's for tomorrow. There are no tornado warnings as of this moment, which means we're pretty chill. We're chilling like a villain. Melon like a felon. As they say. Per sources. I also want to show you guys here. I want to show you guys a better way for you guys to visualize the threat tomorrow. Take a look at this here real quickly. See this? This is also a convective outlook for tomorrow. And you can see it goes from Colby and Oakley, as well as Selden. So the stuff that's being impacted here today on Highway 83, all the way down along Interstate 70 to Scott City. We're talking Dodge City, Great Bend, Hayes, Hutchinson, Greensburg, all the way down to Wichita, down 35, all the way down. And then we're talking, of course, Ponca City, Enid, OKC, Chickasha, all those areas right there. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, please be weather aware tomorrow. Please be weather aware tomorrow, because there could very well be a good chance that there could be some strong, severe weather, some of which could actually favor strong tornadoes. You can see right here, here's the tornado risk, and you can see 10% risk for tornadoes right here. With the hatched risk, you can see these lines that are cutting across, right, just like this. This is indicative of the significant risk for whatever this may be, which in this case is tornadoes. So, significant tornadoes possible tomorrow. We'll definitely have to watch out for that. But yeah, coolio, right? I'll look at Twitter here again. That severe thunderstorm warning has ended right there for Langriff, so now it's just the McDonald High Bluff. Yeah, High Bluff, Portage Prairie area. There is a storm that is over Winnipeg right now. Is it doing much more than being a storm? The answer is no. But, you know, had to say that. Special weather statement. What is this? Highs, mid-30s, seasonally hot, rise, heat-related illness. Oh, that's the special weather statement. That's the reason why. Now I understand. Now I understand. Am I going to do a forecast discussion video? Probably not. It'll probably go immediately to a live stream. Do I think an intense tornado or two is possible? I think one is possible. Two, I mean, I have less confidence in regards to where specifically stuff can form. That's just me. I don't think they should go any further than a 10 sig for tomorrow unless if the model's completely uptrend. Like, if they uptrend significantly, then of course I can see something like that. But I do not think that they should upgrade it any more than they have. The Orioles should learn Chinese. because that's where they're going to be playing baseball. Guangdong, China.
I think Randall just got hurt on the first play of the game.
Do you agree with Stephen A. that he should be traded?
I think he needs to stop playing ISO ball. So. I can't wait for Derrick Rose to get minutes on this game. This is gonna...
Yeah, I say moderate is a low chance for tomorrow. I'll pull up models too, and I'll even show you.
If there's a moderate tomorrow, it'll be for hail.
Yeah, could very well be for hail. That is true.
Won't be for tornadoes.
Big if true. So first I'll show you the timing, because yes. 3Z, 4C, 5C. Oh, this is not the right time. We want to go to 18Z here, and then we'll run it off of that. There we go. All right, 18Z. 19Z is when something starts to form, so that's 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern, and it just continues to be minimal for the most part until we get to about 21, 22Z, something of the sort right there. And because of that, I mean, nothing more than that. And then once you get to 23Z, 0Z, storms start to kind of form near that OKC metro area, northwestern OKC, so we're talking El Reno, Piedmont, stuff like that. And then storms just kind of meander. They're just there. So if we can get any, actual supercells, then maybe, just maybe, we can actually get something. But can anything sustain is the real question. So like, for instance, the RRFSA here says that at 6 o'clock, we get something in northwestern Oklahoma. And of course, that profile is favorable, but, why didn't other models say something about that? You know what I mean? That's what I mean by, uncertainty of these storms. It's just pretty whack. All right, look to be on the southern side of this storm over here. Let's see if I can find where Ryan is. Looks like he's all the way down here, and actually he might be all the way up there. Oh, there's a supercell that's right in front of him that he's staring right in the eye. True facts. That is going to pass right in front of him. You might actually see. Might actually see a bit of a wall cloud right here. Look at this. See that? Kind of crazy. That looks like a wall cloud there on the side. Wow. Spotters are reporting golf ball size hail within the storm as well. So, oh hail, as they say.
A lot of hail, don't get impaled.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, it's a crazy storm.
All my gas, and that's
The TIV's out today? Morgan, did you know that the TIV was out
I
today?
didn't know that, no.
Yeah, of course. Learn.
Civ 2 is out.
When Kansas started, go to Kansas. No, it's
Yeah, I did not know that. That's a crazy storm, regardless. There might be something wrapping up on that storm here in a second as well. Might see something tornadic out in the distance. Lot of little eddies, a lot of little areas of rotation within that supercell. I do think this one would probably be the one to have the best chance of doing that. What in the world was that? What did we just watch there, chat? Hold up. Looked like a little bit of rotation there, whatever that was. I have no clue. Like a little funnel of some sort. Could just be me losing my mind. It could. Yatmare, what's up? Hello, hello. Are there any roads that could take him east? Doesn't look like it. Or, no, it does. Looks like there is something that might go east. Yeah, there is. Interesting. I was trying to figure out there could be an escape plan for them, which there kind of is. It's a small plan, but that is an intense storm. Pull it back up on the radar here. You can see exactly this is where Ryan is at, and this is where our supercell is at. And he's just kind of going north on it here. Or at least he's looking north. I have no idea if he's going to eventually go and follow the storm, follow where the other chasers are, and I think that's actually what he's going to do. But yeah, he'll be right behind it. Severe thunderstorm warning for Winnipeg. Severe thunderstorm warning over downtown Winnipeg for strong damaging winds. Interesting. Come on, Dean Kramer, do something, you stupid idiot. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we saw earlier in the Yetmare, we probably saw a tornado or two, which is pretty crazy. In Canada, over there.
Look there, right in front of me. Kind of crazy.
Huh?
Right. Rising sky.
Yeah. He's saying there's a lot of rising scud over there, which, yeah, that is true. I think earlier it actually had a pretty decent chance of trying to produce a tornado. Now, definitely don't think that's the case. Dakota McGee is getting slapped with tennis ball sized hail in the core of the storm. My goodness. He is not enjoying life. He's really in the middle of it. He's in the middle of the storm. Make that make sense, Weather Weenie. Make that make sense. There's also another storm that's east of, or it's actually the one that's currently over Woodrow right now that just fired up immensely. That one could have some rotation as well, some elevator rotation. Runners on first and second, no outs against Jose Siri, who's going to make...
This is poverty basketball.
The Orioles want to cry. And he struck him out. Wow. Considered. Yeah, I wish I could tell you more, guys. I wish I could tell you more about what's going on, but I'm going to be completely honest with you. This is...
kind of in a lull.
Adam Frazier, are we sure you're a second baseman?
What are these refs? That doesn't make any sense.
You don't make any sense.
This is...
I'm looking on Twitter. I'm going to try and see if I can find anything. Landspout possible special weather statement about an hour and a half ago for Arkansas, which is kind of funny. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Or have I cared? That's the other thing, too. Gotta consider that.
It's a new tornado warning.
New tornado warning.
It's for Woodrow.
Really? It's the cell that's to the east of him? I'm considering.
Yeah, kinda.
Well, it has
see
elevated
it.
rotation, so I don't doubt it. It's also got a crap ton of vorticity. If you go to 0.8 tilt, it's got some amazing vorticity north of it. You can see the boundaries on velocity. You can definitely see that.
Brad Arnold is core punching. Great job.
Oh yeah, he is going east. What is he doing?
Congratulations.
Brad. Brad, what are you doing here, Chief? I actually think he's just trying to get on the eastern side of the storm. Because the other one is just heading north. It is. Here's Wander Franco. It's already up 2-0 in the count. Have you missed anything good? I had to step away for an hour or so? Not really. Had some interesting views. For from Ryan, or Storm Chaser. But other than that, I mean, it really hasn't done a whole lot. It's been kind of boring, actually. Now, that probably will change here very soon, because there's a storm that is over here northeast of Woodrow that looks very, very interesting. Wow. Dean Kramer got out of a jam, and Wander Franco lined out, and the game is still tied, heading into the bottom of the fifth. Brad has had an interesting chase, to say the very least. Yeah, I don't know what Brad has been doing. You guys are doing well so far. Oh, I'm enjoying my Baltimore Orioles. I'm going to be going to the Orioles game on June 24th. Get their Ravens jerseys. The Ravens-Orioles mashup. Which, by the way, if that City Connect jersey is true, it's garbage.
Hey, I think I see a tornado live on my stream. It's hard to see, but I see it.
Would it be in front of us right here?
Yes, it's gonna be in front of. It's gonna be in front of me. Looks like it's rotating. So.
Is it kind of like on the edge of that cloud, like on the left part of the cloud?
No. It's like right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
I see what he's talking
right
about.
There, right there.
Yeah.
See what he's talking about.
Right there.
It's a funnel, at least.
Yeah.
It's rotating.
Is that something on the ground, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
that is a tornado. That is a tornado. What is that?
It's a land spout.
Spoot!
Oh my god, that lightning shot! It's a spoot! It's a spoot!
Hey, Nate, that Woodrow storm is about to do things. Also,
yeah, that Woodrow storm is gonna do things here very soon. We might see a tornado on that cell too.
Also, seems like brush might be starting to do something.
Stream.
Yeah, that is a spoot.
Whoa! Almost hit a bird. Yeah, that's very much land spout right there.
Yeah, Brad's got it on a stream right now. That is a spout. Yeah,
I am flying towards it right now. Flying towards it.
Yeah. Its LP is all get out too. That is a tornado.
That is so beautiful. Holy! It's twin. It's twin land spouts. Twin land spouts. I'm not even joking you.
Ooh.
Yeah, there are two. Ooh.
Wow.
Twin land spouts. Oh wait, never mind. The other one's not land spout.
The other one's not a land spout.
Where's?
Oh,
I think that tornado right there, Ryan, I think that's a part of a meso. I think it might.
It is a tornado.
Yeah. Wow.
Wowza. Beautiful. From the distance right now, actually. So.
Oh yeah.
Twins too. Yep, it is twins. There was twins.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Unfortunately, I'm in a bad spot to view them right now.
Yeah, you are on that backside.
Which is, I'm gonna catch up to this thing. So hopefully it still produces.
Wow. That's crazy. If you're just tuning in here, we just saw a tornado. We just saw.
Speaking of a tornado of sorts, Woodrow.
That's what he caught. He caught Woodrow.
Yeah.
There's no way that's it.
Yeah, it was. Because
Yeah,
Brad Arnold was right under it, and he saw the same exact thing.
Stay with it.
I'm staying with it. That's for sure.
Because right now, you should be going north on 71 right now. Is that correct?
No, I am not north on 71, actually. I am on a dirt road.
Oh, you're on a dirt road that... Oh, and then you're going to turn... Oh, and then you're going to turn east here, more than likely, right?
Yeah,
All right.
I see it. I still see it.
Right.
It's there. Hard to see, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good distance, for sure, but... Yeah, as
There's
soon
your
as...
tornado reported. Congratulations.
Yeah! Tornado today.
Looks like it is intensifying, by the way, so we might be able to
Right.
see it again here.
Yeah, if I can get to the right spot, and I don't know where exactly I need to go, I will have... Yeah, it... So much dust.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if I can find anything on Google Maps for you.
Probably not. There's other chasers. I'm going at the moment, so it's no worries.
Yeah.
Oh, I made it to the highway. I'm to the highway right now.
Yeah, there's 71. So there's Woodrow.
I definitely had a view on my stream, though, so...
Yeah. Even if you go
Yeah,
north, even if you go north, there are east options. Even, by the way, there's also an option where you can go north, I believe, and that is a paved road. It's a shitty paved road, as
Hey, watch your profanities.
Yeah, true.
It's
But-
1-to-1.
It is 1-to-1. And it's literally labeled Road C. But that's partially paved, and then it goes into dirt. So I guess it doesn't really matter too much, but... Yeah, that does look like a storm that probably is going to want to try to produce here soon. Or at least I wouldn't be surprised. Gonna have another juicy fruit gum.
Yeah, the radar signature is really weird.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of vorticity with this storm.
Yeah.
Brad Arnold got a tornado. Well, we got a tornado too, so consider.
It was a distant view, but it was there.
It was definitely
On the
there.
count.
It counts.
Oh,
It counts.
Exactly. Let's see if I can catch back up to this here.
You'll be fine. Near Fort Morgan, you mean near Woodrow? It's the same tornado.
So if I can get east enough, I will have a view, a good view.
Yeah.
I just don't know what road I want to take. Oh, these roads are going to be muddy.
Yeah. Although Brad's on a dirt road right now, it's not as bad actually. It's like, it's not
If I
even
see
mud.
other people, not good. I'm about to turn right. I'm to a dirt road.
That sounds fun.
I don't know if it will be or not. I do not have a vision.
I think that's the only way for you to get around that backside. And it's just,
Yeah, it is. It is.
a lot of rain.
Okay, here goes nothing. Front wheel drive Ford Fusion on a dirt road.
Oh boy. Doesn't sound great.
Actually, oh god, that looks terrible. Never mind. Going one more. There's still other east options, so I should be all right.
Right. Deep CC, that's not a debris signature though. It's hail.
No.
Who's chasing? We got Ryan Scholl.
Yes.
If you want to go watch his stuff, because he's caught a tornado earlier. There you go.
Is my stream out?
Let's get him up to 200 subscribers. He's getting close enough. He's at 197. Yeah, come on, guys. Get him to 200 subscribers.
Yeah, it would be
go
awesome.
get him. Go get him.
I have another Whoa.
Tornado warning continues for Fort Morgan.
We have 230 people.
Goes nothing. Okay, this road's pretty well. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Should be able to traction.
Wow, Dean Kramer's actually not doing bad. Is it debris? No, it is not debris. It is hail. This right here. Circle that. Go velocities. There is no velocities next to it. You go to reflectivity and you see inconsistent reflectivity values. No debris.
I don't think it's confirmed anymore.
I don't think so either.
Oh wait, no, it's a separate tornado warning.
But yeah, there's a tornado warning to the west. I don't think there's really too much with that though, honestly. I mean, it's got rotation, but it's been broad this entire time. That.
Uh-oh. This road's a little sketch right now. Oh, just a little sketch.
Just keep riding in the tire tracks.
Yep.
It's kind of like driving in the snow.
Yeah, I got two Suburbans ahead of me too, so you know they're flexing their four-wheel drive on me.
Gotta hope that you don't crash.
I'll be fine.
I don't know, Jackals. I guess we'll have to see. I don't know myself. Oh, Brandon Clements all the way over there? How did he get over there? Was he just always over there? Yeesh. I guess.
They're going through on both phones.
Nah.
Again, another tornado warning. It's because I entered the other polygon.
Yeah.
Respect the polygon.
Respect the polygon.
Respect the polygon. Oh, lots of hail. Hail on the side of the road.
Oh, yeah, I see that. Huh. That's really interesting. Probably not, Jacob. I think it'll stay enhanced, unless if it goes for hail. I like enhanced.
Oh my gosh, this road's paved. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's temporarily paved. It's the one that I saw on Google Maps. Yeah, it's temporarily paved. Once it goes up to the houses up there, it'll turn back into dirt. But yes, it is paved temporarily.
I'll take it. I get the zoom. Yeah, still a nasty signature though.
Oh yeah. Velocities still look pretty good. Go for it, Morgan.
Enjoy your DMs.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I see that's pretty relevant is that one in central Kansas and then the one in northwestern Oklahoma. That's it. That's it. That's it. I don't know what else you're supposed to say. I don't. Just because of the unconfident, you know. I'm unconfident. Just because everyone else should be unconfident. Alright, just enhanced. That's what I gotta say. Should be a 10-6 still. If they downgrade that, I don't know.
Well, if there is a tornado on the ground, it will be right back.
Yeah, more than likely. So here comes Dadley Rutschman to the plate in a 0-0 ball game. The ball's outside. What is that other storm doing over there? Dorigato, Mr. Robato, Toma. Dorigato, Mr. Robato.
Yeah.
Oh, Rutschman will get it down. That'll go for a base hit. And he'll go to first. I don't know how Chirinos has had 55 pitches and it's only the bottom of the sixth. The Orioles must suck.
This is not new news.
Love my Orioles, though. When will the Storms start popping off? Are you talking about today or tomorrow? Oh, ball's hit into the gap in right field. They'll go for a base hit. Rutschman will go to third. Mountcastle will go to first. And that will... Actually, that might be a double. That will go for a double.
So, hey, Nate.
That's Santander. I'm sorry. It wasn't even Mountcastle.
Would you like to consider?
Yeah.
First quarter ended. It was 24-14 Miami. It's now 26-24, 2 minutes into the second quarter.
There you go. That's what they needed.
The New York Knicks.
I'm watching Orioles magic. My Baltimore Orioles are doing something. Or at least they're trying. Yeah, that is not a debris signature. You can see there's the rotation right there, but if you try to align it, so I'm going to actually draw a line along the border, and we'll go to correlation coefficient. You can see there's a lot of rain around, right? Spectrum width doesn't say that there's anything consolidated. Actually, it just updated, so my apologies. Let's move it up to there. Correlation coefficient, too far north. The rotation, I should say, is too far north, so it's just not... It doesn't look like a whole lot. Now, there is something that's just to the south and west of Akron. That might be something interesting. Brandon Clement's on that one. So I guess we'll see if anything happens off of those storms. Oh, there they are. Cody Dunkel. Ryan might be seeing him here soon. Because Cody's on a dirt road. 2-0 count for Mountcastle. Ball's down, and it'll be 3-0. Twin tornadoes? Possibly was, or twin land spouts, if you want to call that. But yeah, those rotations are starting to kind of wither away a little bit. That will go inside for a strike, and that could have been a ball that Mountcastle could have destroyed. Oh, and a violation on Chirinos will send Mountcastle to first on a 3-1 count. Ball 4.
Baseball.
New tornado warning for your cell, Ryan, although you probably can't hear it because you're out in the middle of nowhere, but it's fine. There's the new tornado warning sound.
Tornado warning for.
So here's Gunnar Henderson. Or no, that's Adam Frazier, and he's probably going to strike out.
County in northeastern Colorado.
Adam Frazier's 1 for 2 with a double and a ground out, so he probably will drive in a run. That is, if he can get something on it. That'll be down and away, ball 1. Count will be 1-all. Spouts not have a base in the meso lowering. Is that the difference between them and NATO's? Yeah, the land spouts are not connected to a mesocyclone. That's the short and sweet answer. That's a swing and a miss, strike 2.
Tie game. Great response. Tie game. Don't stop.
Oh. RBI fielder's choice as Mountcastle has got at first, but Frazier beats the throw to, or I should say, Mountcastle's beaten at second. Frazier will beat the throw to first, and they can't double play that. And Orioles are winning 1-0 now. Good stuff.
29-26 New York. They have a 15-2 run in the first 3 minutes.
What's happening over in Kansas? Selden! Stop.
Again?
Selden and Seguin. What, are you guys just raking it in?
Garden on its feet, RJ, corner 3. Is money.
0-1 count to Austin Hayes.
Garden is loud.
Down. You 1-all. Yeah, there's not really too much left in Kansas at the moment. A lot of storms down there in New Mexico and thing. Oh, what is that? Santander. Is that a single for Austin Hayes? That is a single for Austin Hayes. RBI single for Austin Hayes. He drives Santander home.
Tornado warning. Brush.
Tornado
re-warning.
for
Central.
Yep.
Eastern Morgan County in northeastern
Makes sense.
Colorado.
Orioles are playing small ball. Could you please go over the Oklahoma event tomorrow and what I think? Also the timing of the storms at the end of the stream. I definitely can at the end of the stream. Gunnar Henderson is up. And he'll consider the following with runners on first and second with 1 out. And this is driving up Chirinos' pitches now. He's at 69 at the bottom of the 6th, which is still insane.
Hey, you guys should open. I really hope you have my stream open because I'm about to mass a very, very defined wall clock.
Oh yeah.
Scary.
Ooh.
I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore, but there's that possibility.
Oh yeah, it is definitely out there in front.
Wow, this view is crazy. Oh my goodness.
Oof.
I got a picture. Oh my gosh, that's good. Oh my goodness. Great. Hopefully you guys have tuned into the stream because we have a massive wall cloud.
Wow. Either that or you have a outflow boundary doing something with it. Either or does look like something crazy up there. Put it back over the side. That's fouled off there by Henderson. Yeah, because he's right here. And he's heading north. He's looking at this. Now, it has some small rotation, but it is there. It is present. Henderson pulls it foul. He's still at a full count. Been 8 pitches and 5 fouls as Henderson is trying to fight the count. Runners on first and second with 1 out. 3-2 count at the bottom of the 6th for the Baltimore Orioles. That'll be outside, ball 4, and Henderson walks. Thoughts on the Pirates being first place and the best team in the NL at the moment? They aren't the best team in the NL. The Braves are, statistically. Pirates have lost a bunch of games, too. I thought they started out really strong, but can't keep that up forever. No, you can foul as much as you want. You have to either fly out, ground out, or strike out in order for it to be your third strike. You can foul it as many times as you want. Or as you can. Oh, it's a drive into right field, and Mateo flew out. And who else flew out? That sounds like a Orioles issue. All right, that's the end of the 6th. Orioles are up 2-0. Heading into the bottom of the 7th, or the top of the 7th.
Holy folks. I feel like that's some kind of magic.
Where is Mr. Wonderful at? There's J-Jack. There's you, Ryan, over there. Oh, Arnold's all the way up. How did he get all the way up there? What the heck? He seems to be going all over the place. Oh, he's driving through all sorts of rain. Yeah, good luck, Brad. Consider the following. Yeah, this is some clustery clusterness. That's how I can describe what's happening so far. Did get a whack tornado, though.
The New York Knicks make me hate sports.
That's understandable, isn't it? And here comes Austin Voth, who's going to throw the game, unless if he does what he did in Atlanta. Pitch at the top part of the plate for a strike. He's already out of the count. Kramer, 6 innings of work, 4 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, 95 pitches, and 60 strikes. That'll tell you how today's day went for the Baltimore Orioles in a nutshell. Rotating wall cloud to my south, storm moving north to Akron. It's from Brett Talmstad. So it looks like he's talking about this storm that's over here on 63. Counts 2-2. He's just not getting anyone to bite in that. Which rookie QB do I think will perform the best this upcoming football season? Honestly, if I had to guess, I think Bryce Young. And it's not because he was the number one. I just look at all the other quarterbacks like CJ Stroud and Anthony Richardson and Will Levis. And who do they have to throw to? Absolutely no one. Yeah, these storms are making me consider. After we saw the tornado from Ryan, these storms just decided to say, let's merge together, let's sing Kumbaya, and let's all just, sing and dance and end up, becoming a one giant whole storm. So the good news is we saw the only tornado. I have no idea what Ryan's trying to say. Service is so great out there in the middle of Colorado, I'll tell you what.
Better tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow will definitely be a lot more active. Oof.
Reconnect. Oh, like I'm asking much. Oh, there we go. Hey. It's gone. It's gone. We're gonna try again. Oh, I literally have no service. Verizon's doing its work right now.
It is trying.
On road. Cows on road. Hey, what road is this? What road is this taking us on?
Well, the one thing I do know is that it's gonna rain near you here in a bit, so that kind of sucks slightly. Reed seeing multiple funnels? Really? Where? Where would readeth thy timoreth?
Read Timmy.
Okay, this is gonna be interesting. The road's turning into sand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please tell me you're not driving in a Dodge Dart.
I'm not. I'm in a.
He's in a Ford
Fusion.
Okay.
Ford.
That'll be fine. Just don't Nate Snyder it, is all.
Yeah, don't Nate Snyder it and drive off the road. Don't do that.
Also, Nate, I have breaking news for you.
Breaking news?
The Toronto Maple Leafs are winning a hockey game.
I'm done for. Well, not completely.
Reed says he's seeing multiple funnels, but I have no idea what he's looking at or where he's at. He says he's in Akron. That's cool.
Oh. So he's seeing multiple funnels from
that severe thunderstorm warning. So essentially the one that's east of you.
Oh, I got a tornado. Tornado on the ground right now. I'm not even joking. You cannot see it. I will make sure I have video of it, though. Tornado on the ground.
Say, Landspout?
You'll be able to hear me. Landspout, yes. I cannot.
Spoot.
Oh, I mean, I can tell you where he's at, chat. He's right here.
Oh, it's right in front of him.
Come on, stream. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Oh my god. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute myself. I need to take video.
Yeah, go for it. Prioritize yourself. Go for it. That's what you need to do. Go get him.
There's a...
Reed's got some crazy rotation. Where? Like above him? Is Reed just screaming? Reed does that. Which I'm okay with him screaming.
Bean burrito, bean burrito, bean burrito, bean burrito.
Bean burrito, 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 bean burrito. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, Reed screams. So it's hard to say, but looks like Ryan's got something over there. We saw the tornado from Ryan. These storms just decided to say, let's merge together, let's sing Kumbaya, and let's all, that's true. Sing and dance and end up, becoming one giant whole storm. That's funny. Reed can be the smartest person ever in weather and still be incorrect. He also can be overly excited and over-exaggerate things, which he's known for. But it's not saying that we all don't do it. You know, I can't, lie to you. I've done it sometimes. But if there's been any, significant rotation and stuff like that, I kind of find it a little hard to believe. There is some broad rotation north of Brush, though, northeast of Fort Morgan. That's going to be kind of interesting to watch for. It's a broad mesocyclone that's heading towards Willard and Atwood, as well as Marino. So that'll be interesting. Here's Rutschman, and that ball is down below the strike zone somehow for a ball. As Mullins seems to have flew out. And that ball is hard to hit to first base, and that'll get Rutschman out. Possible moderate risk tomorrow? I don't think it's going to be a moderate risk, unless if it's for hail. Just confidence is not exactly the highest in the world. But yeah. And that is a quick 1-2-3 inning from our 1, 2, and 3 batters. Great job, Orioles. That's the end of the 7th. Doing amazing job. Well done. Well done. Do I like pickle chips? I've had them before, and they're not bad. Kind of like salt and vinegar chips more, though. Even though pickle chips are kind of like vinegar. Salt and vinegar is pretty good. Barbecue's good. If you can also get wavy with hell of a good dip as well, that's very good. Sour cream and onion is not bad. Probably extension.
Warning for northeastern
Yep.
Morgan County in northeastern Colorado, southwestern Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
Yep. Figured that. Yeah, Ryan's stream's buffering for me, but he's in the middle of nowhere, so I kind of understand that.
I posted my video on Twitter. I tagged you in it.
Oh, good stuff. Let's watch it.
I don't know how grainy it's going to be, but there's a tornado there. So.
Nice.
I don't know. I don't think we have a tornado. Or.
Oh, that is wow. Yeah, that's an extension for the storms up north.
I'm like shaking right now. This is awesome.
That is a tornado. Wow.
I
I'm
did
not
not
following
know.
you on Twitter. Oops. Oh well.
Well, I don't know the National Weather Service office out here. If someone could tag that,
I got it.
Perfect, thank you. I just kind of scrambled to get that video posted. Yeah, my stream's not working at the moment.
National Weather Service Boulder. Consider the following.
It was Boulder?
Yep.
I thought it was Boulder. Dang it.
Boulder needs to consider. Let's watch it here. This is what Ryan's got. And this is a heck of a shot here. Look at this.
Crazy.
That is a heck of a tornado. I'm not even sure if that's a land spout. I think that actually might be just a tornado associated with the outflow boundary.
It was an actual tornado this time.
Yeah. Well, I think both were actual tornadoes, to be fair, but I think this one was, like, Really good.
Yeah.
Wow. Congratulations. That's your second today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Dump
you.
City. New
That
severe
is-
watch.
New severe watch. Would that be pushed off to the north, I guess? Nebraska? Yeah, Nebraska. Yeah, if you want to go take a look at his shot on Twitter, there you go. It's in the chat. Like it up, retweet. Go give him a follow on Twitter too. It's where he posts the majority of his shenanigans over there. And notice how I say shenanigans.
Oh, there's Aaron J-Jack. I see Aaron J-Jack's in front of me now.
Yeah?
Love Aaron J-Jack.
Everyone's chasing you, man.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in front of me, so I'm technically chasing him.
Same.
Oh, boy.
And for what it's worth, 50 to 47 New York.
Well, that's nice. There's Andy Diaz.
Uh-oh, my Twitter's blowing up. Like, literally.
Well, congrats. Are you surprised?
No, but still I'm surprised. I got a tornado today. I'm really happy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Morgan.
I'm not gonna try to get my stream back up because it's just not gonna work.
Oh, yeah, J-Jack got the video of it, too. He saw something really nice.
Yeah. Wow, that was... It wasn't even that long either. It did not last long whatsoever.
Nate, you said you were saying something.
Oh, yeah. Remember how we were looking at it yesterday where we were like, oh, wow, we're going to get sculpted stuff in Colorado. It's going to be great.
Now I'm going to be watching the southern end of this storm for any potential tornado development.
I am upset.
Yeah, wow. RBI single for Wander Franco. It's 2-1. Just hit it right up the middle. That's nice. That's a new tornado warning. That is a very late tornado warning. I don't think they know exactly where the tornado is.
7 till 7:15.
Yeah.
Okay. That was loud. Oh, I see the wall cloud. Oh, I'm gonna see if I can get the stream back up here.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of time.
For North Central Washington County in northeastern Colorado.
By the way, it's only 54 degrees right now. So, and I saw a tornado with that.
Cold core, cold core, cold core, cold core.
It's not cold core. This isn't cold core. It's Colorado.
Yeah, that is true. Colorado does what it wants.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to get you guys up to speed on what I'm seeing here very soon.
Well, make sure you make it off of that sand pit that you're in.
Oh, I'm on a highway now. So no worries.
You are?
Yeah. I am just west of Akron right now.
Oh, so you're on 34.
Yeah, 34, whatever highway it is. Yeah.
Okay. So you survived the sand pit. That's good stuff.
I did. I did. Surprise. We got EMS. I see EMS up this road too. Yeah, this road is not good whatsoever.
Check Winnipeg. Oh, there is a storm knocking on Winnipeg's door. Is it tornadic? Oh, there is a little bit of rotation with it. Consider Winnipeg, Manitoba. All right, you might want to get indoors. You might want to stay away from windows.
I need to turn around here before I'm not able to move anymore.
Do I think tomorrow will be upgraded to a moderate? I kind of doubt it. I think it'll stay enhanced. At least that's what I would do.
If it's gonna go moderate, it's gonna be for hail.
Yeah. If it goes moderate, it'll be for hail.
Yeah, let's get that YouTube stream back up.
Mm.
Go live.
Bro said not 5 minutes ago. I give up trying to get the YouTube stream up.
Hey, shut it! I have good service. I have good service now. Well, I do not want to hear you talk.
Sorry, I was just making sure I heard something correctly. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
You're good. You're good.
Morgan, your inner New Jerseyan is coming out.
My sort of sarcastic passive aggression.
Okay, dun, 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 dun. It makes me smile for a thumbnail every time, but yet I just, actually fix it. Upload thumbnail. Same thumbnail the other two streams, of course. Beautiful. Uploading. And I am going live, and I am live.
GG.
Bean burrito.
Bean burrito. Ah, no, it's not supposed to show my face.
Hey, struck out a Rosarena. Go away.
Rotate device. Why is it locked? It's not supposed to be locked. Okay, you guys are gonna have to tell me if my stream's messed up. I think it might be.
Let's take a look. It is definitely messed up.
All right, I figured. What? Yay! I knew it. Okay, well, we're gonna fix this again. This is great. 0 views. Oh my gosh. This road is so bad.
Sheesh.
It's a new tornado warning.
That is indeed.
Tornado warning for Central Sheridan County in northwestern Kansas.
Kansas?
Northwestern Graham
What?
County in northwestern Kansas.
Oh, that.
Are you?
Hoxie? Sheridan? What? You're really gonna warn it for... actually, if you go up to 0.8 and 1.3, then it's not terrible. Annie Coulomb struck out a bunch of other people, and it's only 2-1. It's now the middle of the year.
Okay, it should be good now. Yep, I am good.
Are you really?
No, I am good.
That is a flash flood warning south of Shawnee. For what reason?
So that is a new tornado warning. Once again, Sheridan County and Graham County. Tornado warning there until 8:30. Man, Winnipeg is really going to consider the following. I'll tell you what. It's got some strong damaging winds regardless. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there. Ping pong ball sized hail. Strong wind gusts. Jeez. All right, well, we haven't seen Ryan stream in a while. Let's go take a look and see.
Let's take a look. It's in a book, The Reading Rainbow.
Indeed, it is The Reading Rainbow.
Reading Rainbow.
Should try and get a rainbow at the end of the day. That would complete the chase. He's already
Oh
seen 2
my
tornadoes.
gosh. So if there was going to be anything tornadic, it would be kind of out in front of him, which is what you're seeing, believe it or not. And he's actually, I think he's looking south, my guess.
Yeah, I am looking south right now.
Yeah. So
Nate, would you believe me if I told you we almost have 1,000 views on that draft lottery stream?
I wouldn't be surprised. People want to see my suffering.
Mine is too frequent at this point.
They see me bully you every stream and they feel bad.
Don't blame them. It's raining. No. Let's see. What's this thing? Okay, this road is slick.
Yeah, that is a little.
I'm getting back on the highway. Yeah.
New Day 1 Slight 5 Tour.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
And the 5 Tour goes as far north as Scotts Bluff, but that's a severe thunderstorm watch up there. So something tells me that the tornado risk is starting to kind of deteriorate. That would be my guess, at least. When you have that many outflow boundaries that exist across the board, you're destined to kind of just, you know, ruin a lot of that moisture.
Yeah, it looks like this day's pretty much done after the storm. So
Yeah.
then begin the drive down to Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah. That'll be fun for you.
No, I do it all the time.
But yeah, as I said, no 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Tornado risk has been downgraded from a 10% to a 5%. You still have a significant hail risk, though, of course, for portions of Nebraska and extreme northeastern Colorado. I mean, those storms have produced baseball-sized hail, tennis ball-sized hail in the past, so it's not really that crazy. And storms will also continue to exist down into portions of the northern Texas Panhandle, where there could actually be some large hail associated with that. That'll be kind of interesting. And then, of course, or go for it, Ryan.
Hit 1,400 followers on Twitter.
There you go. So you're growing your YouTube and you're growing your Twitter both at the same time. That's a win-win with all that tornado stuff.
I know. Fortunately, I got a little. The only thing I got a tornado was a little 8 tickets did hit, but you know.
Can we reserve the word magic for Del Rio? No.
No. It's
Sorry.
Colorado magic.
Sorry, but
It's
if you don't understand Colorado, then you're on your own there, because some beautiful stuff. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And you best bet I'm making that 8-hour drive from Norman to somewhere in eastern Colorado to make those chase days sometimes. Put on the
Oh.
Who, roll down the windows, and just blast my way up 35, and I am good. Tell him to go to southern Kansas. No.
He'll go wherever he wants. True facts.
Oklahoma.
When you catch 2 tornadoes, practically tied most for anyone who's seen stuff, you know he knows what he's looking for, what he's talking about. He goes wherever. If he sees something in Florida that I don't see, and he says he wants to go Florida, he's going to Florida. I don't know. Unless if he's Dylan Brooks, then he'll say he wants to go to Cancun.
Oh,
Anyway, Colorado's they have 10 times. Dude. There's a reason that Colorado activity is so sought after compared to other chases.
Yeah.
Generally, they're upbeat and different. And Nate even sent this to me. Tweet from Cameron Nixon. If the environment didn't saturate the hell out of itself today,
Yeah.
then we would have been a lot better off. But unfortunately, the environment saturated the hell out of itself today.
And if it was saturated at the surface, fine. That's cool. But it saturated itself in all levels.
That's
Which...
a tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Northwestern Union Parish.
It's in Louisiana!
What?
It did the thing!
It's all the way up there!
It did the thing!
Excuse me?
It did the thing! We have done it! It has happened!
What is that? That is a tornado warning in Louisiana. What? Why? Why? Like, really, why? Why?
Dude, that thing's spinning, kind of.
Kind of.
It's got echo tops of 29,000 feet.
For reference, this is in the northern portion of the state. This is northwestern Union County near Spearsville and Summerfield, as well as Weldon. And if you were to be in Arkansas and you were due south of El Dorado, that's where this tornado warning is.
oh, there's Chris Paul right there.
Chris Paul? I didn't know.
Chris Paul.
I didn't know who he is.
Chris
Chris
Hall.
Paul.
Chris
Chris
Paul.
Paul, y'all.
Chris.
Chris Paul, y'all.
Jeez.
That is the highlight of the day so far, because we haven't really had anything. I mean, other than our chaser getting 2, because that's pretty cool. The highlight of my day, considering how slow most of this has been for us behind the desk, that is the funny.
Can you do me a favor and look at ZDR?
Can I do you a favor and look at ZDR? Under the sea.
Alright, it's the end of the 8th. Orioles didn't get anything. And it's up to Yenny or Cano to close it out. Can I 3D the Louisiana cell? No, we're looking up 5,000 feet plus. That probably is not the greatest thing in the world, especially with how small it is.
Warning.
Tornado warning for
Colorado.
Central Weld County,
Extension Northern.
Colorado, West Central Logan County in northeastern Colorado.
It's a left mover. All right, you know what? Can we be done with this?
Can the storms just, like, stop?
This is hurting my head. 9-point lead for the Knicks.
Morgan, I think you're having the most fun out of all of us.
No, I'm not, because Gabe Vincent's still on my poverty team.
Can I 3D the whole state of Montana? I don't think I could do that. Like, even if I wanted to, I don't think I could. I am curious, though, as to what a 3D of that cell would look like. So you know what? I'm going to do it anyways.
Which storm?
The only storm that matters.
Willard?
Weldon. Bernice. Louisiana.
Oh. Yeah. Look.
Yeah, it ain't doing too much.
We're looking up
5,000
feet already.
Which wouldn't work. Yes, as I know. Oh, that is some overshooting topness, though. I will say.
Topness?
Yeah. A lot of rising here within this part of the storm, which means you got a little bit of an overshooting top at about 35,000 feet. That's kind of interesting. So here comes Yenny or Kano for the save. Hopefully. Come on, Yenny or Kano. Come on, Yenny or Kano. We hope. We pray. Pitch. Ground ball to second. That'll be an easy out there. One pitch in.
It's just 3. Yep.
Hmm. What is Matthew doing? Winnipeg just got hit with 74 dB. Really? That's a 70 dBz. What is that? Oh, got him out. 3 pitches in, they're 2 down. That is a 73 dBz storm that just went through Winnipeg. Sheesh. One more out for the Baltimore Orioles, and we win the series over the best team in the MLB. Come on, Kano. You're 3 pitches in.
Jimmy Butler just got blocked.
What?
Jimmy Bricks just got blocked. 3, Brunson. Yes, sir! Jalen Brunson from way downtown. Timeout Miami. 13-point lead for New York.
Yeah, these storms are just not doing a whole lot in Colorado at the moment. A lot of wind. Go back to Kansas, see what's happening in Hoxie. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation with that storm in Hoxie in Kansas. But I think that could also be because of contamination. Rays are down to their final strike. Counts 1-2. Man. Part of me thinks that does have a bit of contamination, though, so maybe it's not as intense as it would be. If you go to, like, 0.8 tilt, that's still pretty bad.
Kansas tornado warning continues.
2-2 count. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, and the ball game is over. The Baltimore Orioles win the series over the Tampa Bay Rays. And Yennier Cano with another save. And the Baltimore Orioles beat the best team in baseball, statistically. Goodness gracious, am I happy? Happy. Holy crap, I can't speak. That is some good stuff right there.
I would have to give this day a 10 out of 10. Well, 100% again.
I'm sorry. I had to just, you know, be happy that my baseball team did stuff. All right, gotta do this real quickly.
How long are we staying on with this?
Not too much longer, I don't think. I mean, storms are starting to grow upscale.
Louisiana tornado warning continues. Radar indicated.
Let me just be toxic here real quickly.
What else is new? Nate.
What?
I'm glad we didn't watch hockey tonight yet.
Did they get swept?
No. Leafs win 1-0 on a power play goal in the second period. Shots were 21-15 Toronto in the game. That was pain. Love's 3 is no good. Rebound into the hands of
All right, there you go.
RJ.
I just had to be toxic.
Send it over.
That's it. That's all I needed to do. It is done.
Brunson, corner. Grimes puts up a 3. Nope, short. Rebound, Brunson. Waiting on people. Randall steps back.
Can I check Louisiana when I'm done? Yeah, I'm
Bounces
done
in.
here. Let's go back over. Let's go see. That is a big updraft. The rotation is weakened significantly. It has a little bit of spectrum width, but it doesn't look like much. I think the only storm is this one over here in Sheridan, Kansas. Sheridan County. Although, to be fair, that's even going upscale, so.
Randall. 2 for Barrett from the corner. Yes, sir. Timeout, Miami. We have 6 minutes to play in the third. It is 72-54. New York Knicks. New York, stand up. Oh, wait. No, the game isn't over. What the heck, NHL app? It's in the third period.
Yeah, I'm looking over all the different areas and There might be a storm up here near Oberlin and Norcator up here as well. This one could potentially try to be something tornadic. But I mean, it's just...
It's a little rough at this point.
Yeah. Back from your grandma's birthday dinner. Time you thinking of streaming tomorrow if things get bad? Sometime around 4? Something like that? That's what I'm guessing.
This is bonkers. In this entire storm and MCS's really lifespan, it has gone from going north to going northeast, going northeast to going north, and now it's really going northwest. This is...
This is why I have streamed this event. So I
Colorado.
can watch storms go northwest. Acuna just killed a ball 470 feet.
Ow. Speaking of ow, a National Weather Service employee just reported 4-inch hail southwest of Rush.
4-inch size hail. Ouch.
Softballs? Larger than softballs?
Yes, that's softball. Softball.
Southball?
Softball. Southball.
Southball.
Southball. Yeah. What if I move my, what if I move Pueblo up to Cheyenne? And then just keep that at Cheyenne for the time being.
I'm just like quickly trying to edit the one photo that actually looks decent of the tornado.
Blast the contrast on it so people can actually tell where the tornado is.
Yeah, because I'm kind of trying to make it look at the best it can here.
Yeah.
Contrast. Where is it at? Retouch. No. Drop. No. Heal. No. Adjustment. Aha. Contrast. There we are.
Nah. And... Huh.
Listen, the only thing I gotta say about that, McLovin, is the Red Sox don't have any pitching. So, that happens. Yeah, I don't see too much more.
The stage
Yep. I think it's safe to say that. I do indeed. So yeah, I think that's probably I think we probably
Miami.
should soon.
Miami can't make a basket.
It's Miami. Why would they?
Yeah.
Well, I can't say much. The Warriors are down 3-1, and I'm a Warriors fan. So
That's
Pain
true.
and suffering.
It's hard to crack AD.
it is.
All right. I'll tell you what, chat. I'll answer last few questions that you guys may have, and I already know what the first question is going to be. It's going to be about tomorrow. So, we might as well pull it up. Pull it up I shall. Tomorrow's event. Central Plains. Honestly, I might even be more inclined to actually make it Kansas, because it should be able to see. No, never mind. Never mind. Just won't.
Or let me just put a cheesy watermark here on that photo so no one
Yeah. All right. 0ZH is running, so you better go catch it. And
hey, it's running already. God damn it!
Everyone's tied 1-1 to 1 today. All right.
Does damn count?
To some people it might. I don't count it, but all right.
Okay, fine. 1-1 then. So be it.
Here's the stuff from the 18ZH I think we might want to wait until the end of the 0Z, or not the end of the 0Z, but for it to get to 24 hours. That might be pretty nice. But you can see at some point around 3 o'clock is when storms form down here in the southwestern portions of Oklahoma. You also have this massive line right here that extends from Colby, Kansas all the way down to Dodge City. That could potentially have individual supercells within that line. And that'll be heading off to the north and east and stuff like that. So if a storm can get discrete out by itself, there's probably a good chance that it's going to produce a tornado. Only issue is that there is a lot of inconsistencies in regards to where these storms form, which make it very difficult for me to say what, where, and how these things actually, develop. So that's kind of what we got, but the one thing I do know is that these supercells that are over here in Oklahoma and northern Texas, they'll be impacting the OKC metro area by dusk. All right, sometime around dusk is when we can probably anticipate these storms to march in through those general areas. So watch out for that. And then, of course, as I've mentioned, we've also got our other storms that are just going to be marching on through. So it's going to be really interesting to see as to what could potentially happen with that. We've got a plethora of moisture here. We've got a surface low that's going to try and develop here in southwestern Oklahoma. Dew points across the board and upwards of the mid to upper 60s. If we go over to, let's go with 850 millibar wind shear. You can see that wind shear is pretty decent across the board the entire day. And even when it starts to intensify overnight, it's all right. But I mean, it's got some good low-level shear, or decent enough low-level shear. About 25 to 30 knots of a low-level jet. You go up to 700 millibars. You can definitely tell that there is a bit of a shortwave trough that moves on through the southwestern portions of Oklahoma, according to the HRRR. Now, whether other models actually grip onto that solution as well will be the main key. I'll actually check the wrap here after we're done checking the HRRR to kind of see what's good. But that's what the HRRR has, a bit of a negatively tilted shortwave trough that ends up kind of pushing on through and gets the thunderstorms out that way. In regards to energy, convective available potential energy, I mean, we got an abundance of it. I'll go back in time and I'll show you that right along the border right here, the dry line, is where you're probably going to get the most of it. So you can see that we got about 2,000. Actually, I'll go 1,500 to 2,000, and even up to 3,000 joules per kilogram of convective available potential energy across the board. Of course, the further south you go, the more expansive the actual energy is. But you can see this goes all the way up to like Garden City and stuff like that. And so anything that forms along this boundary here will probably take advantage of all that energy and the vorticity that's nearby. Speaking of the vorticity, last thing that we'll check here is our 850 millibar vort. This is really helpful to kind of gauge as to where our boundaries can actually be. And we've got some of that right here extending from Garden City all the way down to southwestern Oklahoma. So it's got an idea as to where the vorticity is at. Just where it can consolidate seems to be the main issue across all the models with tomorrow. And you know what? I'll go one step further and I'll even take into consideration 0 to 3 kilometer storm relative felicity. If you take a look here across the board, you can see that the main area that usually gets the most activity in this instance will be that central Oklahoma area here. But it really wouldn't kind of start kicking off or firing off until about 4 to 5 central. So that's kind of what you got in a nutshell with that. And then overnight, helicity, of course, starts to increase because wind shear is, gets stronger as you go overnight. So that's something to note. All right, I will go over now to the wrap. I'll see what the wrap says about tomorrow's event. 20Z, 21Z, 22, 23. Looks like the wrap says there is something in western Oklahoma, so that is kind of interesting. And that will go off into central Oklahoma, but that's pretty much it beyond the warm front there. I'm going to cherry pick some soundings here real quickly just to kind of get a grasp as to what the environment could be like if something forms. Wrap like southwestern Oklahoma. That veering is all right, albeit, if this cape bombs, then so be it. It does also have an EML aloft, so things will mix down. Got good helicity across the board in general. I mean, realistically speaking, if you want to hit this, if you want a storm that's going to be at its peak for tomorrow's event, you're probably going to want to look for it around 7 to 8. 6, 7, 8 o'clock is when I'm thinking that this is probably going to be starting to get toward its peak. And, yeah. That'll be very interesting to see. But I mean, you can just still see the inconsistencies across the board, that it's just not as lively. I want to look at the 700 millibar jet, kind of see what's happening here at 20. Yeah, that is a negatively tilted shortwave right there. So my guess, if I were to chase, if I were in forecast laboratory, the game, stuff like that, I mean, just based off of what I've seen the most of, is probably western Oklahoma. You got the strongest low-level jet and the mid-level jet over there. In regards to theta E and convergence, moisture convergence in that area over there, there's a surface low that kind of just ends up developing in that spot, or tries to develop within that spot. Either that, or that could be just because, there is there's the negatively tilted shortwave that moves on through, and there's even still a I don't even know what to call that type of shortwave. I don't know. I guess it's kind of like a pseudo warm front a little bit that tries to develop there in central Oklahoma. So right within that axis there of southwestern Oklahoma to western Oklahoma, that's probably what I'm going to want to watch for. I mean, I think this is something that is all too common with chasers in Oklahoma. I-40 is probably going to be all too familiar to most, if not everybody. That usually is the case regardless. And even I-44 to an extent, if storms form a lot further south than anticipated, 44 would be something that people would be acquainted with. So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Thing to know, if you do chase along I-44, it is a toll road.
Yes, that is right. It is a toll road. So, a lot of money over there. But that's kind of what I'm thinking. What about Wichita Falls, Texas? If something forms, then sure, you guys might get something. But, I mean, I haven't really seen a whole lot of consistencies that storms will form. You know, just for randomness, let's say they do. They'll be mainly a hail threat. Because a lot of the wind shear may be pretty unidirectional down there. I'll take a sounding just to see. And yeah, that is kind of unidirectional. So, realistically speaking, I don't think you guys will have to deal with a whole lot of that. But if storms do form, be nice wind and hail threat that'll try to move on through. All right, only 2 tornado warnings as of this moment. Of course, the one that's north of Tasco in northeastern Sheridan County, as well as northwestern Graham County. There's a lot of strong damaging winds associated with that one. I mean, you could have something that could try and wrap up, but it doesn't look like much. It looks like a left mover just popped up and split. That's what it looks like. Because there is no updraft whatsoever over there. I mean, you might get land spouts off of it, but I don't see too much off of that. I do see something that's north of Norcator in Kansas, in Decatur County. Might be a little bit of rotation, but other than that, not really too much there. I will go look up at the storms that are in northeastern Colorado, and they are slowly deteriorating. If not, they have deteriorated, so that's a thing. That's a severe thunderstorm warning over in Minnesota, so that's a consider the following moment.
Minnesota.
That's in a general thunderstorm too, so consider. Not the weirdest thing that we've seen today, though. We've seen way weirder.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, not that bad. So, all right. Now let's look at what questions you guys may have. Oh, yeah. I got to look at the 0ZH-RRR as well. Do I think the tornado risk in Texas will stay at 2%? Yes. I do think so. Where is it going to peak? Where? I would say Oklahoma. Central to western Oklahoma specifically. When? Around 6, 7, 8 o'clock. That's when it's supposed to peak. Or at least that's when I think it could be. Remember the model showed that storms wouldn't fire and we had a 5%, and then the cold tornado happened? Yeah, but the reason why the cold tornado happened was because of cell mergers. So, cell mergers and outflow boundaries do weird stuff. That's just the nature of it. And it happens. It happens a lot. I'm pretty sure that's how Joplin ended up being so significant, was because of cell mergers and outflow boundaries. So, you know... Morgan, you're muted, by the way, so... that you may know that. But anyways, cell mergers and outflow boundaries. I mean, a tornado doesn't just form and become a wedge in 45 seconds out of nothing. You know, it's got to have a Kickstarter. And it had a crap ton of storms around it that just ended up go off. So, but yeah, that event wasn't going to do anything if it weren't for the fact that the outflow boundaries just continued to rake everything. And then, of course, the low-level jet kicked in after that. So. Cole was a crazy day, though. It was definitely crazy.
And where was I that day? I was in Iowa. I picked the northern part.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think anyone can blame anyone who chose Iowa.
It wasn't a bad decision to make. You know, it was only like 3 hours. So it was better than driving all the way to Oklahoma.
Well, but even then, I think for me, when I was looking at that event, I was kind of just torn as to where I would chase. I just, you know, if I were to chase, I should say, because I live all the way over in Pennsylvania, so it's not like I'm able to do anything over here. But, you know, it's when I was looking at that and I start thinking of where I would chase if I were in people's shoes, I didn't know. So I can't blame anyone who chose the northern target over the southern one, because realistically speaking, how are you supposed to know that cell mergers are supposed to be a thing with outflow boundaries down there? I mean, what differentiates, you know, the southern target from the northern one? So yeah, I can't fault anyone, but sucks that it happened. All right. 0ZH we are coming up to 25 frames in, which means we've got a grip on tomorrow. Let's see. What will happen tomorrow? Survey says clustering. Really?
In Oklahoma?
Yeah. Oh, because it's practically almost unidirectional. That makes sense.
In the rap we trust.
HRRR just loved that. It's gotten steep as all get out lapse rates, though. Talk about 8.9. Well, that's gotta suck. Whew. That is a stout EML, though. My goodness, that dry air aloft at 700. Whenever I see that, that is some crazy stuff. All right, now that's a good sounding. That's a good sounding.
Big fail mode.
That's Canadian County right there, and that's a great sounding. That is a... Now, it's got a little bit of contamination because of the clustering, but if the southern storm can persist, that will be a heck of a storm. Not a whole lot of energy, though. I'm kind of surprised. Interesting. The stuff in northern Texas, by the way, looks pretty garbage. But, I mean, if you get an outflow boundary, as everyone knows, you can get some weird stuff. But, I mean, it doesn't look the greatest in the world. That northern Texas option. Yeah, this looks like a pure Oklahoma day. This looks like a Oklahoma day. I think Oklahoma would probably be the only option in this, unless if something changes drastically. Sumner County, Kansas. What are you guys doing? That's a good question. Sumner County, Kansas is south of Wichita. That's the county before it ends up turning into Oklahoma on 35. I think you guys have an opportunity to see some severe weather tomorrow night. Whether or not it is significant or not, I mean, that's just the one difficult thing that I have determining here, because I still just don't have the greatest confidence in the world for what happens outside of Oklahoma. Now confidence is starting to peak up with me there in western to central Oklahoma and heading off into northeastern Oklahoma. I really do believe that there could be some storms. Severe weather is definitely possible in that area. It's just whether or not some storms can overcome cell mergers or discrete mode, if it could be discrete. That's stuff that I still have questions with, because I've seen too many stuff that has changed over the past 12 hours for me to be, for me to say, hey, this is exactly what's going to happen. So that's my 2 cents. If there was one tornado I could chase, what tornado in history would I chase?
I can answer that one really good.
Go for it.
Pilger.
Yeah,
I live 20
Pilger
miles
twins.
from Pilger, Nebraska. I would go back and chase that.
Pilger twins are not a bad one. Does it have to be a singular tornado, or can it be the entire day? Well, I guess you can't have one or without the other in this instance. Dodge City.
Ooh.
Dodge
Yeah,
City.
that's a good. That's a good one. That is a really, really good one.
The whole supercell, having 3, 4, 5 some odd tornadoes, especially within such a small time period. Yeah. I wouldn't chase anything Dixie. Even if I were to go back in 2011, those storms were moving at like 65 miles per hour, so there would be no way in anywhere would I be able to chase. Because it's just Dixie has trees, Dixie has speed, the road networks are not based off of a grid, nothing is set in stone, it's just stupid. So I can't really say that I would want to go back to any of the any Dixie event, I should say. I don't think I would want to chase any Dixie event ever in history.
Why
now,
not?
The thing of it is in the future I'm probably going to chase Dixie, because why not? But I don't think I would want to go back in time to chase any Dixie event, because for me right now, I have no experience. Well, I mean, technically I do have experience, just not with significant tornadoes.
You have experience in crappy Dixie.
I have experience in crappy Dixie with storms that move at 80 miles per hour. I sure do. But everything else, no. I don't think.
And folks, if you have not chased the Mid-Atlantic region,
it's stupid.
Southern Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delmarva, like all that area, if you have not chased that area, don't ever do it. It's not worth your time.
It is not worth it.
It's funny for whoever's watching you do it, though. Tell you what.
But what Northeast event would I have chased? I had the opportunity to try and chase Mullica Hill last year. And or not last year, 2 years ago, I think it was. And I didn't pull the trigger. Just wasn't feeling it that day, and I think I would have liked to chase that day. Because I know how to do it. Just I didn't. Would I have chased Joplin? Probably not.
Joplin was a mess.
The thing of it is, though, is that I don't think anyone besides a couple of chasers would have willingly actually wanted to chase Joplin beforehand, because Joplin wasn't the main area to watch.
Joplin appeared out of thin air, so
there was a moderate up in like northeastern Iowa and southeastern Minnesota heading into Wisconsin that produced a bunch of tornadoes. And a lot of people were up there, I believe. Because yes.
There's one on the border of Canada.
I would love to go back and I don't know, it was one that Reed chased. It was literally right along the border.
Okay.
Of like Canada and the United States?
Yeah, like it was in North Dakota.
I know there was one that he chased in Canada. The one that blew out the windshield or whatever.
Yeah.
Can't remember what that was.
One of those days. Oh no.
Oh, there's a police pursuit in LA. If I end the stream quick enough, I might be able to watch the police pursuit happen.
Knicks are really going to lose a game in which they had a 20-point lead.
They'll get a helicopter on it, hopefully.
Bronson. Rolling left. Bronson
But yeah.
Working in underneath Randall to Robinson.
Any other questions? Soso had many trees and was also going at 60 miles per hour, so no. Well, it wasn't just that. Soso was also 2.25, so 2.25 miles wide. It was also rain wrapped. No. Even with an actual, like, even if I were in the plains, I don't think I would be mentally prepared to chase a 2.25 mile wide tornado that was completely rain wrapped. I'm sorry, I just don't think I'd be able to.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
You know how I was quarreling on whose jersey to get way back when?
Uh-huh.
Jalen Brunson has 35 points.
You know, did I not tell you? Did I not tell you?
You did. 4-point game once again, Duncan Robinson. It's 3. $95-91 New York.
The 3 most memorable days you've had live streamed. Definitely Easter. Definitely Mayfield. Definitely, I would say that high risk that we had on the 31st recently. Because that high risk was pretty crazy across the board.
Oh.
Verlander has now earned a win against all 30 teams.
Yeah, the Mets won a baseball game today.
Congratulations. Yeah, I would say Easter, I would say Mayfield, and I would say the 31st, earlier on this year. I told people, I said the 31st reminded me of Easter. Just did. What happened? Tornadoes across the board. I was scared. Crapless. Voiceless. Oh boy. Yeah, that was April 13th, 2020. And then December 10th, 2021. And then March 31st, 2023. All right. I think with that being said, besides the fact that someone reported a rotating wall cloud about, 15 minutes ago? I think that's pretty much it. Oh, he TC'd. That's unfortunate. That is pretty funny. All right, anything else? Beeps.
Go New York, go.
Hey, I'm just happy the Baltimore Orioles won today. I'm happy for Ryan for getting 2 tornadoes.
That's pretty cool, honestly.
That's, you know, especially with an event like today. I mean, Ryan's kind of offline at the moment, but the fact that he got 2 tornadoes and streamed and chased for us, that was amazing. You know, I'm always welcome to have him back on the stream. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen with that in the future? But in all honesty, I really did enjoy this stream. That was very cool.
Northwestward moving storms.
Yeah. Yeah, watching the tornado live in Little Rock was insane.
Ugh. Probably one of the craziest days. 3/31/23. Probably one of the craziest days that I will have covered.
Yep.
Ever. Up there with me when I was still a rookie at this. 3/25/21.
Yep.
Up there. Up there with the dying hours of 3/24/23 as well. Because I remember the first bit of that day was dead. Nothing happened.
And we were very happy the fact that everywhere else where there could have been a tornado died out, and then all of a sudden
rates.
Well, yeah, and then all of a sudden you hit that vorticity.
Yeah.
And it just rode it.
Rode that the whole way. So.
Yep, I will be on tomorrow, so if you guys want to come back on, feel free to do so. Did I hear about Jamie Foxx? I haven't really paid attention to a whole lot of celebrities. I'm going to be completely honest with you. That is trending on Twitter, though. What in the world? Oh, his health is declining. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I hope for the best with him. I do hope for the best with him.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes to go. 6-point lead for New York.
I don't know, Joe. Maybe.
Robinson. It's up a 3. No good. Rebound.
I think the only way I would be able to chase that, Joe, is if I had the technology that we have today. I think that's the only way I would be able to. That's got to be the one contingency. Because I don't think I would be able to do it otherwise. But.
Good stuff. Brunson. Brunson 1-on-1 with Gabe Vincent.
And as Morgan commentates his way, I think it's probably time for us to head off.
Yeah.
5.5 hours of us streaming. Which is very nice. I'm going to be honest with you. Honestly, this is just me. I kind of wish streams or severe weather days would kind of just be like this. Where severe weather would only last for about 6 hours. And not us having to stream for like 12. You know what I mean? So
Nate!
What?
Mitchell Robinson made a free throw. Start spreading the news.
That's what I gotta say.
It's the loudest cheer for a free throw I've ever heard in my entire existence.
There you go.
And then he missed the other one. Thank you.
Bricked. So yeah, I think
still like this.
I think that'll be it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy this live stream, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. Subscribe if you're new. All right, because realistically speaking, we do a lot of radar coverage. We try to make sure that we keep everything 100% on here. We try to make sure that you guys know exactly what's going on with most of these storms. We covered Canada today. We covered the United States today. We had a chaser today. The chaser caught 2 tornadoes. I don't know what else more you want from us here today. That was pretty cool. Good stuff. So, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. My name is Nate. Up there is...
He made another free throw!
Up there is he made another free throw, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. So peace out, everyone.